Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Ethical Hacking Recon and the Dark Web. If you're just joining us, I have a couple of quick reminders before we get started. So once again, both days of this class are being recorded, and you'll receive access to the recordings through your email within 24 to 48 hours of class ending. You can also view the recordings on the course landing page, which is the same link that you used to join class today. If you have any questions for Joseph, you can continue using the Q&A widget, and for general comments or technical issues, feel free to reach out in the group chat. If you are subject to regulated status, the chat feature should not be used. The audience may include customers, vendors, or competitors of you or your employer. So if you do choose to take advantage of the interactive features available in this training, just keep in mind that you're responsible for any information you choose to share. And finally, at the end of class, you'll see a short course evaluation on your screen. Your feedback is important to us, so if you can take a brief moment to fill out the survey, it's very much appreciated. All right, well, with that, I'd like to turn it over to Joseph to get started.
Thank you very much, Derek. Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2. I'm going to be sharing my screen throughout the course today. I guess similar to what Omar did yesterday. I did share an additional resource. I teach a couple other classes on the dark web and darknets at O'Reilly, and the information can be found on O'Reilly's website or at darknets.org. That's the complimentary website that accompanies the classes that I teach, as well as you can check additional resources at Darknet Recon that is associated with this class. Let's see if I can get this moving. As we talked about yesterday, the information provided here is for educational purposes only. The authors, O'Reilly, myself, Omar, or any of the instructors or facilitators for this class are not responsible for any misuse or abuse of the information that we provide herein. Tools and technologies and techniques that we teach here may be illegal in the country or area where you reside, so please check with applicable laws before performing or accessing any of the material that we discuss or talk about here. And then, as we mentioned yesterday, the only way to get good at something is to continue to work on it and use it. Use the tools and techniques that have been taught yesterday and will be taught today. Omar presented a lot of tools and techniques and services that are available on the surface web, and he did touch a little bit on some of the things available on the dark web. This is what we covered yesterday, passive recon using Spiderfoot and Recon NG. Hopefully you were able to spend a little bit of time doing those exercises. Maltigo is an awesome tool as well. There's a free community version of it and a paid version. And then the Harvester, which the Harvester is really for harvesting emails. If you're trying to find, doing OSINT and you're trying to find a particular person or company, the Harvester is a great tool to use there. And then we got into Active Recon using Active Recon tools. So subdomain enumerator, some other tools that were brought up as well. Today we're going to be taking a little bit of a turn. We're going to be looking at the deep web and the tools to find resources on the deep web as well. And then we're going to debunk some of the issues between the deep web and the dark web. And then we're going to get into the dark web, do a deep dive into the technology, what Tor is, how it works. We're going to talk about best practices, building a machine to keep you safe when you're doing this type of recon. Using VPNs, proxies, and proxy chains, again, to keep yourself safe, and then creating your own cloud VPN server, and then reconnaissance, performing reconnaissance on the dark web. If you have any questions throughout this course, as Derek mentioned, put them in the Q&A or the attendee chat. It's probably better if you put them in the attendee chat, although I'll be paying attention to both sections. And I'll be putting additional resources in the attendee chat as well. So like I said, we're going to cover the surface briefly. We're going to talk about the deep, and then get into the dark web and various darknets. My contact information is available on the right-hand side of the screen. On Twitter, I'm at CDUX, and then the website that I mentioned earlier is Darknets with an S, darknets.org, if you need additional information or want to be able to talk to me. There's a Discord associated with that will allow you to get in touch with me pretty much at any time. I do want to remind you about the disclaimer, because you're very likely to see some questionable material while we're browsing the dark web. And while I spend a great deal of time on the dark web and I know which sites to avoid and pages to avoid, things change pretty much hourly on the dark web. So, I do make every effort to keep you from being exposed to that material. So we're going to be covering the surface web, and then the deep, and then finally the dark web. And then we're going to spend some time on darknets and dark markets. Those are closely associated to the dark web, but not always necessarily the dark web. We're going to try to lower your risk by showing you best practices as well. So I had this image created just for this class because I've seen too many icebergs and them showing that on the top is these sites that you're used to using and that everything's nice. And I always thought, why would anybody sit on the top of an iceberg unless you're a polar bear? So I did put a island there with nice sunny beaches and palm trees and the sun shining. And you'll see various charts that look like this, where you have the surface, the deep, and the dark web. And many of them will present a different number, what's on the surface versus what's on the deep web. Over the last year, I'm going to give you some numbers shortly, but over the last year or two, we've seen a decrease in the number of services, systems, and even crime happening on the dark web. And while the dark web becomes more and more prevalent and people find out more and more about it, we see that criminals are diversifying and moving to other platforms as well. So as you can see here, everything's nice and calm on the surface web, where you have your Instagram, your Amazons, e-commerce, Yahoo. Besides search engines, you have all the rest of that stuff, video streaming and things like that. On the back, however, the deep web really is where the majority of web type services are located. And the reason for that is, if you think about it, when you go check your email, like whether it's Gmail or Bing or Microsoft or whatever, you're accessing a front end system to get to that. And basically, it prompts you for user information, authenticates you, and then pushes you to a back end system that if you look at your net stat on your computer, and you'll see you're connected to something. If you had just browsed to that address, nothing will be displayed. But because your email client that's tied to your authentication is now accessing that system, you're able to see the information that's available on that system, but only through a specialized client, which is that email client or something else. Same thing with like video streams from like Hulu or Netflix. You log in, you authenticate, you tell it what you want to watch, and then it accesses a back-end system. And we're talking about hundreds of these systems that they have back there that are part of that back-end system that are providing that material to you. So they'll be streaming the material, and you could take a look at your net stat again and see that your information is being streamed to you by a different host. And if you were to browse to that host, it's not going to show you anything. The reason being is you're using a client like Hulu or Netflix, and it's being streamed on special ports to a special app, or even if you're doing it in the web browser, it's a widget that's being run, so you can't access it directly. So that's why there you'll see that there's hundreds of systems that just like provide backend services like that, email and video services. But also on the deep web are other services like AI backend systems, academic systems. A lot of universities have hundreds of systems that are on the back end that are hosting like academic papers, research material, images. Like NOAA and NASA. NOAA has all the weather images that they store on backend systems that are in the deep web, and NASA also stores thousands and thousands of images on the deep web on backend systems that you have to have. They don't put them out there available for anybody. You have to have some type of access to them. And you can really think of the deep web as kind of like the Wild West. There's no index for them, whereas on the surface web, your indexes are your search engines, like being YouTube, Google, Yahoo. That's how you find things. The majority of people that even when they want to go to Amazon.com, they'll just use whatever their default search engine is and type in Amazon and go to it. It's kind of interesting. I've just watched people in general browse, at the airport and stuff, and most of them do that. So while you could just go to Amazon.com, like I said, I've noticed people going to their search engine and typing it in and then going to it. That's why the search engines have the numbers that they have of usage. They say that there's 4.33 billion web pages on the surface web, and over 50 billion web pages make up the entire surface web. I'm sorry, there's 4.33 billion web pages. Since March, there's an additional research paper that says there's like 50 billion, but I think it's probably closer to around 5 billion pages. Google averages about 100,000 searches every second. That's about 8.5 to 9 billion searches per day. So just think about how much stuff is really happening on that, 5 to 7% that makes up the surface web. The 90% of the deep web, again, mostly backend systems or specialized access systems that require specialized clients or VPNs or invite related things only. And then the deep web, which is about 3% or less. This is where, in this image, I'm showing a lot of, illegal stuff, stolen credit cards, threat actors, bad actors, weapons, drugs, fraud, illegal trade. But there's also a good portion of items on the dark web that are, legal and, support organizations. Like, for example, you'll find the New York Times there, CIA has a presence there. There's a lot of stuff on the dark web. And you kind of get to the stuff on the dark web the same way. There's specialized search engines. And if you think about it, bad actors, when they steal something like credit cards or account information, the only way that they can make money is if people know about them and they can find them and to sell that. So what they do is these bad actors that are on the dark web will give the search engines that are on the dark web access to the where they're hosting this, either their own website, their own digital forum, or a different forum that may be a dark web forum, but they're putting it in those search engines so that you can find it to make the sale. So again, criminals have things that they want to sell. The only way that they can sell them is if people know about them. So oftentimes you'll see them dropping information through all three layers of this. You'll see stuff on the surface web where they're advertising, their nefarious goods. You'll find it on the deep web where they may have private forums and invite-only things, and then you'll find it on the dark web. So, and also remember that criminal activity happens across all three layers of this. Criminals are all, if there's a way that they can take advantage of something on the surface web, they do. If they can do it on the deep web or the dark web, they do it there as well as the emerging mobile platforms, dark markets. You'll see, we'll cover that shortly. you'll be able to see that as well. But to talk about the surface, I think this is something we all are aware of. This is where mostly everything that we access is. It's visible for a reason. Search engines are able to go and find things about them and index them and then present that to you. So if you're searching, when you do searches nowadays and you use the common search engines, the first 5 or 6 things are not even the search that you wanted. They're things that people are paying to get visibility in front of you. So they may not even be closely associated to your search. Like if you're searching for a specific, patch for like an Android phone or something, the first 5 things that might pop up might be related to Android, but they also might be, bad actors that had managed to manipulate the marketing systems of these search engines. And we see that all the time. Although, Bing and Yahoo and Google, they've been taking some precautions to get rid of that, as well as like the bad actor related banner information that they pop up on websites after you do your searches and stuff like that. But if anybody has any trouble hearing me, let me know. Make sure that I adjust my volume and sound accordingly. So again, like I mentioned, the surface is something where you go to do your Amazon purchases, where you go to find out about your news. Although I know more and more people are getting their news through TikTok, whether you believe that's a reliable source or not is entirely up to you and the information that you think is real. Same thing with like even the news organizations like CNN, Fox. You never can tell. They say there's something like 2,000 petabytes of information available online just between Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Facebook, and that continues to grow every day. So that covered the surface web, which we're all aware of. We're going to take a look at the deep web or the uncatalogued web of the internet. Oftentimes, TV shows that you go to will conflate the deep web and the dark web. Although we should let you know, it's their mistake that they're making between what's the dark web and what's the deep web. The deep web really refers to an area of internet that is not cataloged, basically. What will happen is you'll go in and you'll put a robots.txt file on your search engine, and let me see if I can go to something here and show you real quick. If you go to really any website like cnn.com/robots.txt, you should get I know this is tiny, I'm going to blow it up here. You should get a file. This is just a general text file. It provides, there's a couple sections to it. This first section is the sitemap. So when you go to cnn.com, you'll hit this index.xml file, and it'll show you all the different categories of what's being published on the website. So all these sitemaps basically lead to specific pages that are associated with material that you'll see on the top menu, like markets in the stock market, certain videos, articles, money sites, underscore. I mean, that's basically what the sitemap section does. The user agent, since it looks like they're tying in GPT bot to their web page. They do have a disallow section. Now, if you're a bug hunter and CNN happens to be part of a bug bounty, this is kind of the first place that you want to look, unless it's listed in the so it's listed as a disallow here, but in the bug bounty program, it might be listed as in scope. So you need to take a look and see what's in scope and what's out of scope in that particular bug bounty. But if, for example, I was doing a bug bounty or I was an attacker, these are kind of all this disallowed stuff is what I would target first. obviously they don't want me to access it for a particular reason, so that's where I would go to look for things. And again, this is on all websites have a robots.txt, whether they fill it in or use it are a completely different thing. So that's how those backend systems end up in there, and why when there's a web crawler, that's what they call the devices that visit each of the web pages and then follow them. They call them spiders or crawlers. And basically what they do is they go to a main website like CNN and they look at the robots.txt and it says, oh, you can look at this page, which is index.html. Now that crawler will go to index.html and look at the entire page, and anything that has a link on it, it will push it to the spider, and the spider will launch another process and go visit whatever that site is. Because it's not listed as a disallow, it's attached to the main index of the HTML. It'll spawn that new process, go visit and start crawling that page. And then it'll run across another link to another site, and it's not disallowed, so it will spawn a new process and go follow that link. So that's why they call it spidering, and now you can kind of understand the whole thing about the web, right? That it's kind of like all interconnected websites and links and systems. So that's kind of what I'm talking about here on the dark web. I mean, I'm sorry, the deep web and the surface web, how indexing takes place. The way indexing takes place on the dark web is completely different. Has nothing to do with the way that things happen on the surface web at this point. So it's estimated that the deep web holds approximately 15 zettabytes of information, which contains databases, video distribution systems, web systems, and interactive backend systems, over 200,000 websites. Most people don't even know that are available or reachable via the dark web. It contains mostly benign sites such as password-protected email backend systems, patching servers. For example, like Microsoft may have 100 servers that they're hosting in like AWS that or on Azure that when you go look at your system, it's receiving patches, and you follow that, and it ends up being, again, to a backend system that's on the deep web. And we talked about, video streaming services are there as well. There's also certain backend systems for processing other types of transactions, like sales that might be processed through a website. And those are typically hardened systems that they have in the back end that are non-indexed and only available to those paid OS processing systems. The fastest growing segment of the internet is mobile and social media. 40% of the people use laptops and desktops. 55% are using mobile phones. We've seen this switch in the last 5 years where it flip-flopped from 40% mobile to 55% mobile, including a 5% or 5 to 8% usage of tablets. So we avoid the term using invisible web because it's inaccurate. The only thing that is invisible about searching databases is that they're not indexable nor able to be queried by conventional search engines. That doesn't mean that they can't be queried or accessible through specialized programs. So while they may be invisible to some people, they may be visible to those that have applications and tools that can access them. There is a technique called direct query exfil that allows research to aggressively query what is believed to be databases and other systems that are on the deep web. And there are specialized search engines that are built that way to do that type of exfil or exfiltration of data or information from those systems. And we'll talk about a few of those in a minute. One of them is Shodan. Omar talked about that yesterday. So the deep web and and bypassing search engines. Again, like I talked about that robots.txt file, if you go to any website really and take a look at it, you'll see a ton of information there that may be valuable to you as a researcher, bug hunter, or if you're an investigator doing investigation. So again, only those. So there are specialized forums that are on the deep web, and only those that have been provided the IP address or a specific application or a URL or password or user ID and password can access them. Also, remember there's a bunch of paywall systems that are on the deep web as well, and what those systems are doing are that they're running specific Java encoded scripts. So when a search engine goes to them and looks at them, it can't really see anything. So it basically moves on and catalogs it as a blank page, and then moves on, isn't able to access everything on the system, including like I mentioned, paywalls where they're prompted to enter a user ID and password. That's kind of where the search engine stops. The search engine can go and look and try to scan other ports and other pages, but if it's behind a paywall and each one of those pages are protected, then the search engine is not going to end up or be able to obtain very much information from them. And typically search engines start with a seed IP address. So if you're on the surface web and you want to be able to have somebody visit your website, you'll go to like Google or Yahoo or Bing, and you'll look for how to, adding a website. You'll add your information there, and they'll start out with crawling that, first indexed first page that you have on your website. So there are a plethora of private search engines. Now, when we say private search engines, we're typically talking about pay for play, paid type of search engines. So most of the search engines will give you like a snippet of information that you're going to be able to use, for the research that you're doing. But if you want the more detailed information, you're going to have to pay for it. Most of the services that I'm showing here have free services, but they also have paid services. And the first exercise that we're going to do in the lab guide is related to the Wayback Machine that you can see here on the left-hand side in red and black, where it says the Internet Archive of the Wayback Machine. That system was originally intended to track and keep track of websites, and as their web pages change along with it, so that you can go back and say, oh, okay, yeah, this news site did have an article on XYZ, and I can see it was on, this date, March, 22nd, and, this is what they were talking about. But because the internet has grown so much, the Wayback Machine does not keep track of everything that's out there. So you may find a particular website or system that the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine, does not have. When you go through the exercise, you can put in some of your favorite websites and see if they show up in the Wayback Machine as well when we get there. Shodan is a search engine for internet connected devices. Web search engines such as Google and Bing are, they do a great job on finding websites. But if you're interested in measuring, which countries are becoming the most connected, or if you want to know which version of Microsoft web servers are the most popular, or you want to find like a control server, a C2, or malware, or you want to find industrial control systems or even cameras, there's systems like Shodan that are out there that do that method that I mentioned earlier about how they are able to query and probe a system to be able to get it to give it additional information. And Shodan also gathers informations about all devices that are directly connected to the internet by doing port scans as well, and probing banners and information like that and XML information that those systems put out, like specifically on cameras. If you scan them and you probe them, they're going to give you a banner that tells you what type of camera it is, and then it's kind of up to you to look at that and see if the user that is using it or deployed it didn't change the password. And that's why you see a lot of that showing up on news organizations, because it's been scanned by Shodan, it popped up and was added to their database, and doesn't necessarily mean that they're vulnerable to anything, but if the user did not make changes to the passwords or username, the public can very well access them. So also some of these IoT devices, I always say you can't spell idiot without IoT. Many of them are dumb. Many of them don't have good security mechanisms put into place, and they can be easily bypassed. So you'll find, thousands of IoT related devices, from, like I mentioned, cameras, thermostats, even IoT related to like building management systems, like PLCs and stuff like that. If they're improperly configured and they're placed directly on the internet for who knows what reason, why they wouldn't put them behind a firewall. But if they do that, they're accessible to really anybody. And I think, let me see if I can bring this up real quick. I do have an account with Shodan. I just want to. Okay, so I'm logged in. There is this filters cheat sheet in the middle of the page that gives you some idea of things that you can search for, and you can use IP address ranges, you can use city, things like that. Let me see there. They kind of also do this middle section up on the top where they show real-time monitoring things, although they're not. That's a video that they have there now. This is browsing images. As you can see, like I mentioned cameras, this is a webcam. It might tell you where it's located at just by the IP address. This one says it's probably Japan because it says Yokohama. Oh yeah, Japan. Looks like it's looking at a yard off of a commercial industrial yard off of a street with some buildings, and it appears to be nighttime. So it's probably a real-time feed from this camera. Just because the camera is available and is showing an image doesn't mean that it's necessarily vulnerable or that they've made a mistake. If you go to some of the hotels and resorts, oftentimes they'll have pictures pointing out, or they'll have cameras pointing out to the beach or surf, so that you can see if it's a good beach, good surf time, and those will be tied to specific pages. So there's always that's available as well. Again, like popular tags shown here in the middle. Let me see if I can zoom in so you can see them a little bit better. They have like webcam, cam, IP, router. So this is like the common things that people search for. And if you're lazy, if you just want to poke around, you can just click one of these popular tags and do a search for it, and then it'll show you different webcams. This one, well, I guess it is showing a couple different images. Like this looks to appear to be like a door outside of a house. This is a terrible view at night with a light on it. This one looks like it's, I don't know, someone's backyard. Looks like it might be I don't know, in a parking garage. Someone's satellite dish. I'm not really sure why they want to do that. Someone's super messy house. This looks like a rack maybe in a data center or something. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that there's special operators that you can use to browse to, you know, find specific information on Shodan and services like that. Search Encrypt is one of the newer ones. Yippee used to be, man, what did Yippee used to be? It used to, I can't remember it was an older site. Let me see if I have that on here, what Yippee used to be. But anyway, Yippee is one of those search engines that you can use. It's free. It doesn't have a paid version of it. Searx is getting more popular just because it's available on the dark web as well as the deep web. So you'll find Searx on the dark web as well. And it does have, you know, nefarious information that it does provide back. So just be aware of that. Let me see. Yeah, also with Shodan, if you're looking like for FTP servers, like every week, you know, a new vulnerability comes out. And like last week, the latest vulnerability was, you know, from Fortinet. If you go to Shodan and you look for that specific item, typically on the homepage they show you some of that stuff. Let me see. Oh, the other cool feature that is available on Shodan, even with the very basic account that I have, which I happen to buy during like one of their, it's a lifetime account, but it gives me a couple hundred searches, kind of like the university student discount that they have. You can get this every once in a while. They'll offer it for, I think like $20 or something. Anyway, you can also set up monitoring. So like if you're looking for specific type of things, like I mentioned earlier, there was a vulnerability for a certain firewall. You could put that in here, and or a list of IP addresses or ports, and set that up so that it'll alert you and provide you the information. And email you even when it's available. I don't know why I'm having a hard time with this. In the website, I show look for Tor and so HTML. And HTML. Market. Typically, you'll have some results, but I'm probably not doing this exactly right. I haven't used this in some time. There we go. Okay, so I'm looking for a specific Tor site. You'll find that every Tor server that's out there has to have an IP address. The IP address is obfuscated by the Onion router itself, so you don't see that. And if the website's properly set up, you won't see the public IP address. But this global leaks, I've found tons and tons of these global leak sites. These sites are typically just made for for people to be able to dump documents. It was originally intended for whistleblowers. I think it's being used for something else, but here's the Onion address that's associated with it. So again, because it mentioned something about Tor, and probably based on the config file that it grabbed the banner from, it was able to show up in Shodan. So here I'm finding this, you know, dark web website address, you can see it ends in onion, and it's 56-bit, 56 character. So we know this is a server that's sitting out on the dark web, but we also know that it has a public IP address of 87.2.154.87. So we found that through using Shodan. So throughout today, I'm going to tell you that you're going to constantly refer to stuff on the surface web to help you find stuff on the dark web. In this case, there's search engines like Shodan that can help you find some of those things if you're looking for something specific. So think about privacy in your searches, and just know that incognito or private mode don't help. This is the other thing I want to bring up, is that if you're doing a search from your workstation, like I was just doing a search, there's a lot of people that can see that. My ISP can see it. The search engine Shodan can see where I'm coming from, my IP address, information about me, my banner, the device that I'm using, additional information that it's querying, maybe even looking at my cookies and stuff. So I'm giving away private information while I'm browsing or using any of these services. And that's something you need to think about protecting as well. And some ways that you can do that is like using DuckDuckGo, using a search engine that doesn't track your information or anything like that. We know that like Google and Bing and Yahoo all basically query the heck out of your system as much as they can to figure out who you are, what your previous searches were, any cookies that they can access, and any banners or anything that you may have interacted with. So think about your privacy and your searches, and know that the incognito mode or the private mode don't help that much. Websites and search engines and internet service providers can still see your activity. Your browser just doesn't store your current session. Your browser stores tons of information and cookies from your past. Some of those things may only be available while you're browsing, and some will go away when you close your browser. But either way, you're providing a plethora of information to the sites that you visit and the services that you use. So think about that before you perform a search. You may want to use a VPN. You may want to use something like DuckDuckGo, just to add a layer of protection and anonymity to your investigation. So we looked at the previous page, we looked at a lot of like public, English-facing websites. This is kind of the other search engines that you may not think about. So just because you use Google, Bing, Yahoo, even Shodan, doesn't mean that you've accessed everything potentially that there is to access on a particular subject or activity or company or person or service. There's a ton of other ones that are in all different languages. In this case, most of the ones listed here are Chinese, except for Yandex that's on the right-hand side, and Shazam, which is from a search engine for in Czech, in the Czech Republic. So at the very top, so Baidu is more than a search engine. It's a massive Chinese tech company that specializes in products and services. It has a huge artificial intelligence service that's coming out and is very competitive with US-related AI systems. It also includes internet-related services like hosting and hosting services and retail sales. There's also Soju. It's a Chinese technology company that's a search engine. It's a subsidiary of Tencent. The more you get involved in items that are, I'm gonna check questions real quick, but the more you get involved on items that are searchable through Chinese systems, the more you're going to see a lot of stuff associated and related to Tencent. Is there a way the government can block that particular region from Shodan scans? Shodan has servers. This guy that invented this has servers everywhere, even in some of the countries that you wouldn't expect. So he's able to really query and probe a lot of those systems. if a particular government is looking to block a particular access to particular things, then they need to do a better job of putting them behind a firewall and making them only accessible to people that should have access to them, not just dumping them on the public internet. How do we make ISPs not track our searches? So there's no really good way of doing it other than to obfuscate your search with, like I mentioned, using something like a VPN or Tor or DuckDuckGo or something like that. Although remember, if you launch DuckDuckGo, it's likely that they'll see some of the interactivity that you have with DuckDuckGo. So it's always recommended to use a VPN or a proxy when you're making searches. While I do a ton of like really weird type of searches in my lifetime, like I'll be watching a movie and they'll bring up something in a movie particular, and I'll be like, I wonder if that's like a real thing or not. I'll go and I'll search, I'll DuckDuckGo search it, and sometimes I do it directly from my PC, not without thinking about it. So I think it's just a habit type of thing, and we need to do a better job of making sure that we're protecting ourselves. Because our ISPs not only have that information, they sell the information. And based on the contract that you sign for the service, you may have agreed to, allowing them to do that. Same thing with your searches on Google, Yahoo, Bing, using their service, you're agreeing that you're going to allow them to collect certain information from you. So something to think about when you're out there doing that. So like I mentioned, Sogu, which is a Chinese company, is a subsidiary of Tencent. Tencent's going to come up quite a bit over the next couple of slides and next couple things that we talk about. The offices of Soju are located in Beijing, on the south corner of Taising University. And they're co-located with Tencent's office building. There are other search engines like WeChat, Weibo, Xiaoshang, and other ones. China is one of the largest markets, which in turn means equally large groups of actors, threat actors, hackers, including the government itself. Don't forget about other countries like Russia, which I show here, Yandex, or the Czech Republic, which I'm showing Beijing here. Zoomi, I'm going to see if I can bring up my Zoomi. It's very similar to Shodan, except to try to show this to you so you can see it. So this is the main page for Zoomi. Very similar to Shodan, where at the bottom it's telling you what people have been searching for, hot popular searches over the last couple of hours are Starlink, the Cisco Web UI, Pentejo, OpenFire, Citrix, and then FortiGate. We talked about that, this FortiGate SSL VPN issue. It's showing up as one of the searches. So we can click on it and it'll bring it up. It only provides you so much information before you have to log in. So this one's showing me that in Romania, let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit just so you can see it. But if you look, it's very similar to what Shodan provided. It does grab all of the banner information. It grabs a little bit more, like additional parts of the web page, something that Shodan doesn't completely do. It tells you that this page has a login capability at the bottom. Tells you the ASN number, the BGP that's routing it on the internet. Shows you where it's being picked up from. Although I'm not really sure why it's blue with the U.S. Could be the particular. Oh, it's related to the particular search and the value rating. It does provide like the IP address for the IP4 information and additional information. So I think they did start in 22, 21. So I'm asking for additional information. So now it's asking me to log in. This telnet, you're going to see this telnet 404 in the search bar here at the top. So Telnet 404 is their SSO, their single sign-on. You have to have an account and to be able to. This is so dumb. I'm having to authenticate, so give me a minute here. Okay, I'm logged in now. So I'll get additional information, but like I was mentioning, the Telnet part of it, this system is provided by KnownSec, which is up here in the corner, and KnownSec is also tied to Tencent, which we talked about earlier, and they provide additional information, including systems that provide like vulnerabilities, kind of like the U.S. CERT provides. They provide them here in Chinese. I don't know why this is taking forever to come up. Anyway, you can also there's a Python script available on GitHub. Again, you have to have a subscription, which means you'll get an API key. Like I have an API key based on my subscription level. If I want to query just via a command line, I can use this GitHub program and download it to my system and use it to do scans and stuff and query it, and it'll actually provide me similar feedback to what you were seeing earlier. In this example, I'm clicking on the Starlink thing, so it's actually providing IP addresses that are based on SpaceX's available IP address, and assuming that the banner that they're pulling and the systems they're pulling from are this Starlink ISP.net link, and that's how they're able to provide that information there. So typically, what I can tell you on so the Shodan $29 membership that you mentioned is now $49, and you get 100 searches a month. Okay, thank you, SL. But if you guys look during special times like holidays and things like that, you'll find it discounted, like substantially discounted. So if it's $49 now, probably during one of those like Christmas or Thanksgiving or anything that they think is a holiday, just keep an eye out, and you probably can pick it up for less, like $20. I'll just mention that on Shodan. And then the subscription's kind of a little bit different in that it's the one that they offer you that gives you 100 searches during these special times is like a lifetime membership. It's not a monthly subscription, so there's a little bit of a difference there. Just keep an eye out for that. BlackBerry mobile division was sold to Tencent, which means the level of BlackBerry security. Yeah, so just know that if you have a BlackBerry and your information used to be in Canada, it's probably in China now. So something to think about. So I get asked a question about VPNs all the time. Last time it was $5. Yeah, I remember that. I have an account. I have a couple accounts with Shodan, and I do remember getting one of the accounts for $5 on Christmas. Yeah, thanks MP for mentioning that. So EL asked a question: is ExpressVPN good? So I can't recommend. As this is a class, I can't recommend a particular VPN service. So what I can tell you is that there's a ton of VPN services available, and if you're you have to kind of do some due diligence because of the let's look at ExpressVPN. For this, just an example, because EL mentioned ExpressVPN. So what I wanted to show you was ExpressVPN has a certain number of servers. You have to figure out whether or not the servers are in locations that here it is, 105 countries. You have to figure out if you live in Argentina, and that's one of the sites that you want to make sure that you can connect to close to. You don't want to connect to like Cuba to do your browsing, because it's going to be way slower than where you're at. So if you connect to one that's in the country you're in and then browse out from there, you're more likely to have better performance and access to the systems that you're getting to, especially like on a mobile platform. Now, the thing about ExpressVPN is that they're showing a couple different things, headers across the top of the VPN here. It's not really part of this class, but I will tell you here real quickly is that, let me see if everybody can see this. There is Ike v2, which is the latest security besides WireGuard. Those are kind of like the top two highly secure systems, including like OpenVPN has a TCP connection and a UDP connection type capability. I haven't used Lightway that much, so I can't really comment too much on it. But really what you need to do is look for a VPN service that provides not just one server in the city that you're in or that you're trying to access or obtaining access from, but a lot of servers. You want the city that you're most going to connect to have 3 or 4 servers. And the reason for that is that if they have a lot of customers and they're all browsing at the same time, your connection could be really, really horrible through that one server. But if you switch to another server, like, you know, they're Australia number 2, this is showing you right here how many servers they have in Australia. So I don't know, what is that, like 8 servers that they have? So that's pretty good. That if I'm in Australia or I'm accessing material in Australia, this is a pretty good sample for me. So that's the 2 main things you need to look for is the number of servers that they have. Now, this one says they have 105. I know a couple other providers that have like 1,000 servers. Now they may have 1,000 servers and none of them might be in the place I want, or they have a server that is only a service that only has one server in the area I want. That's not a service that I would use, just so you know. So I can't, like I said, I can't recommend a service, but if you Google or do a DuckDuckGo on VPN service providers, it'll give you a list of 100 of them. The other thing you can do, I think it's, let me see if I can. I don't know how many of you use go to Slashdot, but Slashdot has a marketplace where you can pick up VPN services at a super duper discount. I'm talking about like, you know, 10% of what they're normally offering. And sometimes they even include things like lifetime. Some of them include like 3 years. Some of them include like 10 devices. So I would check with Slashdot, and I don't think it's under software. I'll figure out where it is before the end of the class today and get you the link to it. But they have this marketplace, and maybe it's called Marketplace or something like that. Let me see. Sorry, I haven't been to Slashdot in at least a week to see what's going on, but I would recommend taking a look at them. And when we take a break, I'll look for it and I'll try to get it to you. So let me see. I'm trying to answer all your questions as well. Let me see. Yeah, so feature-wise on a VPN, you want to make sure that they at least support Ike v2, Ike version 2. Version 1 is old and been deprecated and is vulnerable, so you don't want a service that has Ike v1. You want Ike version 2. The other one is WireGuard. Those are kind of like the main 2 things that I look for in a VPN service when I'm doing that. All right, so back to Zoomi. Very similar to Shodan, provides very similar output. Is that specialized engine. Again, know that they're tracking you. So I would use a burner email address that isn't used for everything that you connect to all the time. And when you access it, I would access it through a proxy or a VPN whenever you can. So I wanted to just show you that about Zoomi, if you get a moment to take a look at that. We're at the top of the hour, so we're going to take our break right now. and that break's going to be 15 minutes. And we're going to, where in the heck is the little thing? Sorry, my screen is not showing me the to push the timer. Derek, I don't know if you're available to push the 15-minute timer. For some reason, let me see, maybe it's this.
Just pushed it.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, it normally shows up on my left-hand side of my screen. I don't see it popping up there now.
If
Anyway.
you click the three dots at the bottom left of the slide, just enable the storyboard, and then you'll see the thumbnails on the left.
Okay, all right, cool, thanks. Anyway, we'll take this break, do exercise 1 and 2 in the lab guide, and when we'll come back, we'll get further into the deep web, wrap that up, and then get going into the dark web and dark web recon. So thanks, everybody. If you have any questions, ask them in the chat. I'll be monitoring that during the break and try to answer all of that as much as I can. Okay, we're back, and hopefully you had a chance to do Lab 1 and Lab 2. Lab 1 was associated with checking out the website that allowed you to go back, the Wayback Machine, and hopefully that gave you a little bit of an idea of how to find some stuff. I guess I have an interesting story about that Wayback Machine, and that there was a company last year that got ransomed. It was a hosting company that hosted over 1,000 companies somewhere in Europe. Anyway, they ended up getting held ransom. They tried to restore their backups. Their backups were also, basically encrypted. They ended up going out of business and telling everybody, go check the Wayback Machine and see if you can get your backups from there, because we don't have them, and good luck and bye. That was that was basically their story, and then they were gone. So just a better idea of keep your own backups of your system, of your hosted systems, if you have them as well. Don't count on online backups. Anyway, I did put a link to deals.slashdot.org. I'm not supposed to really recommend anything, but I do find that some of the VPN services here end up being cheaper than if you were to just go directly to their site. So I would tell you, just do a lot of research. Don't depend on anything I'm providing you, and don't depend on what a search engine results gives you as well. Like, for example, this VPN provider, I've never used them before, Ivacy.vpn, but the Slashdot reviewers gave it two stars or less. And while the price might be good, and it may be good for, this one says it's a lifetime subscription for $39. If you read the reviews, they actually are giving you some pretty good feedback. So there's things that, you just may not want to trust. So I did want to show you guys that. I did mention that I was going to look that up during the break, but I don't know. I think I've probably bought maybe a dozen VPNs from them just because of the lifetime piece of it, and I've been pretty happy with it. So. All right, so we did cover these tools. I do want to mention that Yandex is a pretty good search engine from Russia. If you want to access it, let me check something here real quick. Stand by. I'm trying to do a Yandex search. So you could, my recommendation is use yandex.eu because by default, EU will default to English. If you use the Yandex just by itself, you might end up with the Russian version. And then when you start doing searches, a CAPTCHA is going to pop up, and sometimes the CAPTCHAs are in Cyrillic, Russian, and your keyboard might not be able to support it, or you might not even be able to understand what it's asking you to solve in the CAPTCHA. So in this case, I did search Yandex for Redline. I was looking for Redline data, which is a system that captures information off your systems and bundles it up in packages, and then it's sold on the underground as Redline data. So anyway, if you get a chance, check out Yandex, but go to yandex.eu for the European Union, and see if that works for you. So that's Yandex down here at the bottom, and then Shesnam.cz again is Czech, so you can check that one out if you get a chance. There's a whole bunch of other search stuff. Okay, so here's Yippee. Yippee used to be Clusty, and Clusty was a meta search engine that just pulled meta information. IBM now owns Yippee, so they may or may not. I haven't used Yippee in a while, but it may or not have their Watson AI system working on it now as well. I know that they were talking about adding AI to some of their search capabilities, but Yippee is now part of IBM, just for your awareness. There's a bunch of other search engines that are available for the deep web. So to wrap up the deep web and the comparison and such with the dark web, we've already talked about most of this. What information is on the deep web versus what's on the surface web or the dark web, and on the deep web, you have research papers, you have, NASA images, like I talked about, space images. You have backend systems for emails and movie streaming and more. On the dark web, you'll see a lot of the applications are associated with whistleblowers, private publications, criminal forums and systems, as well as legitimate systems and sales. So there's that. So this is my pirate ship heading into the dark web. So I don't know if you got to see the little cannon shot up to the corner there. That's the extent of my graphic capability here. So EL mentioned something about that some providers provide collect timestamps and other stuff like that. Yes, they do. So that's the other thing you need to be concerned about with VPN providers is if they're part of Five Eyes, which is intelligence collection between certain 5 countries. There's also Nine Eyes, which includes Australia and New Zealand and the UK and Canada. And more and more, the VPN providers are using what's known as just memory memory VPNing and memory proxying. And they're doing that because the minute that the system's rebooted, which they reboot their systems every night, any information that would have been residual from searching would have been lost at that point. So look for those type of systems that don't collect logs, that may not be part of, may not have their main server that provides the authentication and stuff, and not in a country that you're concerned about. Really, this entire course, we're not like trying to teach you how to avoid law enforcement. A lot of the classes that I teach actually are for law enforcement, that teach them how to protect themselves against criminals that might be hunting them. Because if you're involved in any of the research on the underground and the dark web, and you're collecting or doing reporting or providing it for law enforcement, and they figure out who you are, they will actually target you in substantial ways. So you need to be careful with yourself. Yeah, so if you just Google Five Eyes or Nine Eyes, you'll see what countries are part of that, and then just look for the VPN provider to see if they're in one of those countries. If that's where they're based out of, like Switzerland is part of, I believe, Nine Eyes, but they do mention throughout a couple of their services, some of the Swiss hosted VPNs, that they don't collect logs, and logs are only stored in memory, or information is only stored in memory until the system's rebooted every night. So that's something to think about. And again, you're not trying to avoid law enforcement, because they'll figure out a way to obtain that information, even if they don't have the help of the ISP or the provider that's hosting the VPN. Because remember, you have the VPN provider that's providing the VPN, and then they have an ISP that is also part of their system. So they could, the law enforcement could query the ISP versus provide, requesting information from the VPN provider. So again, we're not like trying to teach you how to avoid law enforcement. Really, it's more about trying to keep you safe from, these organized crime that's on the dark web and such. So what is the dark web? The dark web is not like a den of thieves, like everybody may tell you about. However, you can buy all kinds of stuff, from credit cards to counterfeit money to guns, stolen subscription credentials to streaming accounts. You could buy credentials to a $50,000 bank account for $500. You can get $3,000 in counterfeit bills, $20 bills for like $600. You can get, Amazon and PayPal accounts with certain balances for a tenth of what the value is. You can even get a lifetime streaming accounts for, I think, $6 or $10, but you have to depend on them being in business long enough to provide you the service, which we know many of the providers on the dark web are not around that long, for a very long time. But like I mentioned, not everything's illegal on the dark web. There is a legitimate side. For example, you can find all kinds of clubs and services that are related to maybe a specific vertical, like bowling. Maybe you're into bowling or something like that, and there could be also some of the role-playing capability services are available there. Facebook is even available over Tor if you want. And as a matter of fact, I think they say something like 1 million people a day use Tor to access Facebook. This is people that are in other countries where they're being blocked. So Tor has a practical purpose in helping people in countries where their privacy and safety is being controlled. So you can find out more about that by checking out the Tor website. Like I said, back in 2020, 2021, right before version 3 addressing came out, you could basically scan, and a bunch of universities got together and collaborated on scanning the dark web back then when it was a version 2 address. And they were able to catalog the dark web in a couple days and provide the information to share it, which gave everybody a better idea of just really how big the dark web was and just how many services were up and down at any given time. For example, mobile traffic on these dark type services has risen quite a bit over the last couple of years, as you can see. But also, like, just general application usage in the mobile network has increased, as we talked about earlier, about the percentages of types of systems that are accessing the deep web, the dark web, and the surface web. It was a natural progression for us to see, mobile to start taking off as much as it was, and being used for as much as it is now. Like, I know people that don't even have a computer; they just do everything off their phone. So, we're going to see more and more mobile and less desktop usage over the years as things go along. So illegal activity on the dark web in 2022, the total value received by the darknet markets and fraud shops worldwide accounted for $1.5 billion. This was 2 years ago, which in 2021, it was actually higher. It was $3.1 billion. So it came down in 2022. I think we're going to see that 2023 was probably pretty steady at about the 1.5, $2.0 billion in fraud that was taking place on the dark web. So to put this put things into numbers that could be quantified, there was a study performed by a group of universities that got together. They found 30,000 websites that had 54% of those sites disappeared during the 30-day survey that they were doing, which is interesting just in itself. That half of the 30,000 that they had found were gone with under 30 days. Researchers that were doing the work on it mostly assumed that they were being set up for specific targeted cybercrime campaigns. And some of them were even part of C2s, CNCs, command and control servers. And then a lot, out of the 30,000 servers, they did a manual inspection of all of them, and they found that almost 70% of the sites contained illegal material. So out of that 30,000, 70% of them had something illegal on them. And other numbers, it appears like India is one of the largest users of the dark web outside of Russia, Ukraine, and the US. So that's interesting numbers that we saw account for last year, 2023's usage of the dark web. The most common item to transact on the dark web are digital goods like streaming accounts, credit cards, corporate user accounts, and data, which is easily verified and transferred, and then followed by small amounts of drugs and narcotics. In the graph on the right-hand side, it's showing that drugs are like number one. This was based on a particular study. But if you look at markets, fraud, Bitcoin, counterfeit forums, you'll see in hacking, most of that falls into that realm of being digital transferred goods, whereas drugs is an actual physical transaction where something has to be shipped somewhere. The marketplaces that are shown on the graph below was from 2022, 2 years ago. So in terms of age, this is like an ancient chart now because things changed so much on the darknet, on the dark web itself. This shows different darknets, but which could be mobile applications, including Telegram and Discord. But they list the marketplaces across the bottom there. You can see the different ones. And then a graph on the left-hand side that shows file sharing, leaked data, and financial fraud, which accounted for the digital aspects of transactions that take place on the dark web. So let's chat. So there is no such thing as anonymity. You'll leave a footprint no matter where you are, who you are, what you're using. You'll leak information about the device that you're using. You'll leak information about the DNS that you're using, the user agent, the client that's being used to browse or to access the system, even using VPNs and proxies and Tor. All may obfuscate your identity, but with the right resources, access, and tools, anyone can be tracked down, provided that there's enough interest in whatever nefarious activity that they conducted rises to the level that justifies using that many resources. Interestingly enough, some of these traffickers that are on the dark web also have websites on the deep web and on the surface web, and provide links to the forums and chat programs to help them drive sales. Like I mentioned, we're talking about people that have goods to sell. While these may be illegal goods, they still have goods to sell. And the only way they can sell them is if people know about them. And for people to know about them, they have to advertise them and have some type of public access where the transaction can be facilitated and take place. After all, they have to make sales. That's kind of like my final thing on that. The section on the dark web is meant to educate you on the dangers and the sheer amount of bad stuff out there. And while there is a lot of bad stuff, remember there is a lot of good stuff, including the ability of the dark web to bring free speech to those censored communities that are in other countries where free speech is censored. The dark web does allow uncensored, unmonitored free speech, the ability to voice one's opinions about specific topics, even though you may not agree with their topics. We've found a lot of extremists from different countries that are on the dark web as well, promoting, trying to recruit people to their cause. In our disclaimer at the very beginning of this, we mentioned that you are responsible for you. And just remember that when you're accessing this material, that you're an adult and you are responsible for anything that you access. Lots of groups mention that they catalog. You see like all of these reputation protection companies and stuff like that, and they mention that they scour the dark web for information on you, and they provide you information because they have all the information on the dark web. Well, that's a fallacy. There's no way that they have all that information. Like I mentioned, there's hundreds of sites that pop up every day, hundreds of sites that go down every day. There's sites that require special access. There's sites that are invite only, and many of these companies and capabilities just don't have the resources to be able to get you all that information. There are some companies that do a fairly good job at it, but again, they're not going to have the information, all the information that we talked about. So when we talk about the dark web and dark nets in general, we're talking about these private networks, and Tor is the most well-known one, which we're going to get into a lot of details here. But there is ZeroNet. ZeroNet does use the Tor network, but it kind of reminds me of the old AOL, where you kind of like had your email in, like you had this app that you had to run, and the only thing you can access the internet through was that app. That's kind of what ZeroNet reminds me of. If you get a moment to look at it, it's available on all platforms: Windows, Linux, mobile. A newer one that has been gaining popularity is RetroShare, and that's because you host most of the stuff on your workstation and you're connected to the network through peer-to-peer, and hoping that who you're sharing with is a specific person. You can, if you're sharing something, you can share it only with a person, or you can make it public. So there is some weird stuff about RetroShare. If you have time to check it out, I would, but make sure you put it on a machine that you can easily destroy later. So Hyphenet used to be Freenet back in the day. If you remember the little rabbit from Freenet, it's still the same rabbit. Hyphenet is based off of the original Freenet system. It's probably the third most popular one outside of I2P. Tor is the number one, I2P is number two, number three is probably Hyphenet. There's other programs, like there's one called LokiNet, there's GNUNet, there's Tribler, there's a bunch of them. You could just search for private networks and probably come up with a dozen more than I just mentioned here. But the main ones that I look at and spend time on are really Tor, I2P, and Hyphenet. And ZeroNet, every month or two, maybe I'll look at stuff on there, but the relevance on ZeroNet is just not there. So there are mobile markets. These are considered dark markets or part of the dark nets. Discord, Telegram, ICQ, WhatsApp, WeChat. VK up on the right-hand side there is a Russian mobile app. QQ is a Chinese app. WeChat's Chinese as well. And these apps, you'll end up finding all kinds of published material and things for sale. Again, remember, criminals have this stuff for sale, and they're trying to sell it. They can't sell it unless people are aware of it. So while these are not like the dark web, they are considered emerging dark marketplaces and communication networks for dark nets. There's a lot of applications, and all of them can be used for good or bad, including like your Xbox. There's communications over those as well. But Discord, IRC, Internet Relay Chat, has been around for 100 years. Not really, maybe 20 years. And is one of the very first kind of methods of being able to communicate with people that had like-minded interests as you. IRC is still around. It's still heavily used by the criminal underground. ICQ, Telegram, Signal, WhatsApp, even Facebook Messenger, and TikTok now is even getting it more into it as well, which is surprising. I thought they had better control over that system, but if you go on TikTok, you actually can find people selling drugs and other criminal materials out there as well. So any platform that has a way of being able, has an audience is typical target for the criminal underground to be able to use it to try to make sales. Even Twitter, if you think about it, I've seen a bunch of stuff there as well. In gaming systems, we talked about that as well. So I did mention these two groups here, Telegram, Telegram-group, and Discord, top.gg and Discord. So if you're trying to find a specific group on a specific topic that you're tasked with researching, like maybe you're looking for dump data on a specific corporation, the first place you're going to look is going to be try to find a directory of channels in these particular platforms. For example, if you know that the information appeared on Telegram, but you don't know what the channel was, you can look for Telegram-based search engines or search groups, and then go to that site and then search for the particular data that you're looking for. I will tell you, if you're looking for leaked data, the best place that I've found is up here on the right-hand corner, Data Leak Monitor, DLM. They list out stuff, hundreds of leaked data every day, and they actually tell you where it comes from. If you look on the lower right-hand corner, you'll see Data Leak Monitor mentions something about Napster, Grunet, and it came from ihacksglobal.com, which ihacksglobal is one of those forums that does provide leaked data. So if you're looking for leaked data to find out if your company was compromised, Data Leak Monitor is one of those Telegram sites that you might want to look into. There's some also on Discord as well. If you check out the darknets.org website, I teach classes. I teach two other classes. One of them's around AI and machine learning on the darknet and dark web, and then the other one is darknets and the dark web investigations. Can be I was teaching one specific for law enforcement, but I've kind of merged that one into a bigger course. That's a 2-day course, so you can take a look at that as well. But we go into the nitty gritty on that class. So mobile markets continued. Remember, we talked about all that stuff that was based on U.S. or English-based search engines and what do you call it? Darknet and dark web and deep web searches. Well, the same thing applies to like dark markets. They're in other languages as well. You can see this one at the bottom here that's in Chinese or Japanese. What started happening last year was more and more of the dark web servers started getting shut down, and the communication of the transaction was taking place in the forum itself. And so when law enforcement was able to capture that, they had all the communication between all of the people that were buying this stuff and all the people that were selling this stuff. So the underground got smart and they started developing their own apps. In this case, the M Club CMS engine, also known as M Club app, started developing all these apps for specific cybercrime groups. In this case, you can see, I guess, like 7 or 8 of them listed here. Anyway, all of them were based off of their name and then .biz, and those applications were part of the Android and Apple App Store until some of them were taken down off of Apple, but on Android they're still there. If you try to download these APKs to your workstation, they're going to show up as viruses. If you try to load them to your mobile phone, make sure you have like a burner phone that you can wipe out after you've done any investigation work, because they will infect your system. Even though they're supposed to be for communication, they actually do install some Trojans as well. So just be wary of this stuff. Make sure that you have some type of antivirus on your mobile phone as well. Just wanted to, I guess point this out. I do not recommend downloading any of these apps. I just brought this up merely for your information. So again, I don't recommend downloading them because you will get infected and compromise your system. So I don't spend any time really monitoring human trafficking or carters or drugs. So the markets that I mostly monitor are around data dumps and data in general, breach data, red line data, stuff like that that involves corporate espionage, corporate leaks, and corporate breaches. So a lot of the stuff that I talk about is associated and related around that. So accessing Tor from your standard workstation or machine is highly unadvisable due to the potential security implications. For a lot of users, they favor ease of use over security and connect directly from their standard workstation. But this has serious security considerations and consequences. For example, if you go by a website that's on the dark web that has a drive-by exploit configured, they could actually download something to your workstation and later take control of your workstation, even if it's in staged pieces and it takes a week or two. They're pretty patient and they'll wait to be able to obtain all of your information. So the recommendation is to build a purposeful machine that's purpose built for the tasks that you're doing, and make sure that you put all the precautions in place, including if you're using like Kali Linux, make sure you install an antivirus on it, like ClamAV, and make sure that your system's protected. Make sure you put a firewall. There's UFW, uncomplicated firewall. Recommend you use that as well. And remember, while the Firefox team may patch Firefox, remember that the Tor browser is actually the Firefox with some additional plugins in it. And while the Firefox team might patch the vulnerabilities regularly, they expect that there's a little delay between when they do their patching and the Tor team does their patching. So at any given time, you could be exposed to drive-bys or other type of attacks that are browser-based. And given the nature of the content and the sites that you're going to visit on the dark web, you should consider this a critical consideration, as to not compromise your machine that has your information on it, potentially access to your corporate environment, access to your email, credit cards, or other information that is stored on your local machine. Hence the reason not to launch the Tor browser directly from your machine, but from a virtual machine that's either on your system or maybe in the cloud, like a cloud virtual workstation. Again, you don't want to compromise your system. So how does Tor work and how do you connect? Before you can get to the dark web, you need to use a client, and that client is the Tor browser, which is based again on Firefox. We'll cover Tor and learn more about it in depth as we continue on through this course. But what happens is your client, when you install the Tor browser, it includes 3 certificates, 3 servers that it's going to connect to obtain information. What happens first is you'll make the connection. It'll provide you 3 servers that you're going to connect to. Don't think that you've probably seen pictures of a client connected to this server, that server, the other server, going back and forth, like this crazy, amazing thing happening for Tor. That's not what happens. This is exactly what happens. You make your connection to your first server, which is your entry or guard relay server. That's the first server you're going to connect to. That information was provided to you initially by when you downloaded the Tor browser and launched it. When you launched it, it gave you 3 servers to connect to. You'll see when you launch it on your own that you have to click connect. And when you click connect, it basically will connect to the first one, the first server, which is your entry, relayed, and guard node. Communication between you and this server is now encrypted. It didn't used to be, but the information that you transmit from your workstation to the entry guard relay is encrypted. However, the entry guard relay does know who you are and knows your IP address. Then the next thing that happens is you connect to a middle relay node. And those 3 servers that were provided to you, one of those servers was a middle relay. That middle relay server could be any server that's running as a Tor server in that case. The next thing that happens is you connect to an exit relay. The exit relay node will know that who you're connecting to out on the internet. So the entry relay knows who you are, and the exit relay knows where you're going to. The middle relay is the one that helps kind of keep things obfuscated between the entry and the exit relays themselves. So Tor is a group of volunteered operated servers that help improve their privacy by hosting these servers and making them available to people all over the world. A series of virtual tunnels are created between all nodes, and nodes are known as relays of the Tor network. And each of these data transmissions is a random path of tunnels known as a relay path. It's chosen. Encryption and the decryption mechanisms are used in the onion routing algorithm to limit the knowledge of each node about the data that is being passed through it. So each node will only know the relay path in which it is involved in, not the whole path from the source to the destination. It will only know about the precursor and the next hop. It won't know about the final destination. For example, the entry relay node will know about you, and it'll know about the middle relay node, but it won't know about the exit node relay, and it won't know about the final destination. That's how the anonymity is created here. Now, this is a standard practice. When you launch the Tor browser, you're going to see 3 connections: your entry guard relay, your middle node relay, and your exit node relay, and then your connection to the server out in the public world. If you see a picture of somebody showing that you're bouncing all over the place here, you're not. You basically have one entry relay that you're connecting to, which is the guard relay. Then you have one middle node relay that you're connecting to, which was provided to you in the initial connection. And then you have an exit node relay where your information's exiting the network. Now, it gets more complicated than that within the protocol itself, but there are typically 3 servers, and we'll show you those 3 servers when we get to that section. In this part, I'm going to tell you a little bit about onion routing because it is a technique for anonymous communication over an open or unsecure network. In an onion network, messages are encapsulated in layers of encryption analogous to layers of an onion, hence the name onion routing, right? The encryption data is transmitted through a series of nodes or onion routers. We showed you those: the entry relay, the middle relay, and the exit relay. Each of these peels away of a single layer of encryption and uncovers the next data's next destination. When the final layer is decrypted, the message arrives at its destination. The sender remains anonymous because each intermediary knows only about the location of its immediately preceding and immediately following nodes, while onion routing provides a high level of security and anonymity. There are methods to break the anonymity or uncover the person by decloaking them. There was an attack known as a timing analysis that allowed that to be done in new version that necessarily doesn't happen unless you open up a Tor browser with a bunch of different connections along with a regular browser. There's a way to do some detection there. So if we look at this image, our message is in the middle in white. Our message is then encapsulated with this certificate in this encryption key in red. And then that is wrapped up and then put in router B. And then that is wrapped up and put in router A. So as our message heads down the path, our first router is in that blue or purple, and it removes that outer layer. It has a certificate. It knows it has the key. It's able to remove it, and then figure out, where do I send this message now? So that router A is your entry node relay, or a guard relay that you saw at the very beginning. It receives a message, strips it out, sends it to router B, which is your middle node relay, the green. It receives it, strips that off, says, okay, I need to go to router C, which is now your exit relay. And then it sends it to the exit relay. It removes that layer of encryption, and then has the message, which tells it where to send it to in its destination. So while it may sound complicated, it's a pretty simple process, three-stage simple process that takes place there. Again, this is a picture of that connection where you have the Tor entry node, the middle relay node, and then the exit node. To become an exit node, they have to have been in they had to have been in an operation for a long time, been stable, haven't been rebooted a whole bunch of times. That's how they end up obtaining that type of role. The middle relay really covers most of the parts of the Tor circuit, really, in any given transmission. They consist of relays through which data is passed in an encrypted format, and no node knows more than its predecessor or descendant. All of the available middle relay nodes show themselves to the guard node and the exit relay nodes, so that they may connect to them for transmission, or make them the next available hop within the transmission of the circuit. A middle relay node will never be allowed to act as an exit node. It is most suitable for users who want to utilize Tor from home or a workplace if it's allowed. And you can become part of that circuit if you set up your system in such a manner. The exit relay node is the final relay in the Tor circuit. These nodes are typically the ones that send the data to and from the destination, and are often considered the bad guy or the issue if the data that they're sending is part of an attack sequence. For example, you can run an nmap from the client node all the way through to the exit node, and it'll look like that nmap scan came from the exit node relay. We'll talk more about that later as we continue on. Therefore, the exit node IP address is available, and it's visible to the destination. And that's how they end up receiving a lot of complaints, because of the IP address, and including legal notices, takedown notices, especially if they take part in sharing illegal content like movies and applications and things like that. In order to host an ed node, one must be ready to handle the problems, including these legal issues like I talked about, the takedowns and DMCA notices. You also must have a dedicated IP address, and make sure that it is available in reverse DNS and is easily discoverable. Setting up a exit node hosting notice as well, which is like the next important step. Another type of node, which we'll get into, is called a bridge node. These nodes are not listed on any public directory or Tor nodes anywhere. Most of the entry and exit nodes are publicly available on the internet, and therefore can be blocked if one wishes to restrict usage to Tor. Most companies typically do block usage or access to Tor through obtaining a list that's available to them through subscription from the firewall provider. And even governments use them as well to block access to government services and systems. So what is a bridge node? A bridge node basically allows us to bypass that, because the address is not known, and is more likely to be accessed. And you can set up a bridge node as an additional method of obscurity to mask your browsing. So let me see if I'm catching up on messages. can't a malicious relay redirect all traffic to other malicious relays from traffic monitoring the traffic? We'll talk a little bit more about malicious node relays here in a minute. So Tor browsing involves two types of ports. There's the OR port and the DIR port. OR ports are usually used to make the connection and the transmission, where a DIR port is used, or a DIR port is used to fetch updates from the directory servers. The OR ports typically include ports like 80, 80, 80, and 80, and 443. And they can also be changed as well. And that's part of that advanced proxy settings that we talked about. DIR ports, on the other hand, are ports 9001 and ports 9003. Unless you're in a country that blocks these ports, or you plan to use a specific type of proxy, you should leave these ports the way that they are, just to make it easier for the system to be able to operate for you. So you'll hear me say this many times through the presentation. Make sure you have a VM, a virtual machine, whether it's Debian, Kali, Tails, so that you don't expose your computer and your data to potential malware and hijacking or disclosure. Make sure that you use a VPN to protect your source IP. As you can see from the image layout, our devices establish a VPN connection to our VPN first, and then launch the Tor client, so that we can build our tunnel over the VPN. We can, build our Tor tunnel over the VPN tunnel. This allows for the traffic to flow more naturally. If we launch our Tor browser first, it builds that connection to the first node, and at that point, when you launch the VPN, it's pointless. The labs that we have in the lab guide will help. Lab 1 and 2 will help focus, or actually I think it's 2 and 3 will focus more on the operation of the VPN and the Tor browser. There's other distros, including the ones that Omar talked about yesterday: TrueOS, CubesOS, Kodachi, Discrete Linux, Subgraph, Mofo Linux, Parrot, Kali, Blackarch, Kali, and more. So one of the things I recommend is that you build a machine for a specific task. So if I'm doing an investigation, I will build a machine specifically for that investigation. Whether I'm going to use Kali or if I'm going to use Debian has a lot to do with what the machine's going to be doing. Remember, Kali includes tons and tons of tools. And Kali is really an offensive tool made for doing like pen testing and vulnerability assessment, bug bounty, things like that. Do you need all those tools for an investigative machine? You may or may not. The whole point of it is to make a conscious decision on how you're building that machine. I will typically start out with a skinny version of Debian and run that most of the time, unless I have a more advanced investigation while I actually install more tools. Optionally, you could set up a cloud virtual machine and use that for VPN access, or use it as a remote server as well for gaining access to things. So a couple of things I'll tell you about. Tails is a amnesiac distribution. Wanix is the same thing. What an amnesiac machine does is the minute you turn off the machine, it loses all information. For example, Tails by default does not log or store any information to any disk that, even if your system has a disk. Typically you're using Tails with a USB or a CD and booting it up and launching it and running it that way. You can also do it in a virtual machine. And you'll run it, and then you'll browse, do your research, and then when you exit and turn it off, everything's gone, nothing's stored in memory. Tails has an option for you to be able to store things to disk. You could mount a disk and store that data and use it as part of your investigation. So Tails is a pretty good tool. I think if you're going to do investigative work, Tails is probably a much better choice than using Kali, because again, remember Kali does have a ton of tools and systems on it. And whether or not you need those systems for doing the type of work you're doing will depend on the work that you're doing, obviously, right? So if you're doing bug bounty, Kali probably is the appropriate tool to use. If you're doing recon, again, it depends on the type of recon you're doing. You may want to choose Kali over Tails. Wanix is very similar to Kali in that it has tools specific for browsing and doing recon. Cubes OS, on the other hand, hold on one second, I need to cough. So Cubes OS, on the other hand, is a very interesting, I think it's more of a bare metal installation system than anything. Because it does require a lot of resources. It has multiple browsers, multiple operating systems on it that you can spin up and run and launch and do your research from it as well. It's a pretty good tool. I just think it's a bit much. If I have a dedicated machine that I've personally built, I'll drop it off, in a specific data center or something, and then remote access it. That's usually the best method for doing that one. And then there's also TrueOS that you could use. So we're at the top of the hour. We're going to do exercise 2, lab 1 and 2. And when we return, we're going to get into cloud virtual compute and more about different sites and how to do recon on the dark web. So let me push us where is it at? Screen. Oh, this is not showing me. Oh, I was in the wrong place. Apologize. It's weird. I'm not getting the 3 dots on my screen, so I don't have a way of pushing the 15-minute break. Is there any way, Derek, I'm sorry to bother you again, if you could push a 15-minute break? Where is... Yeah, I may have to go full screen or something, but thanks a lot, Derek. So we are going to take a 15-minute break, do exercise 2, lab 1 and 2, and then we'll be back. And I'll answer your questions in both Q&A and in the attendee chat. Hello. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am going to share my screen here again. So hopefully you had a chance to spend a little bit of time either installing the Tor browser on your VirtualBox, your VMware machine, Azure, whatever your favorite virtual software is. Hopefully you didn't just launch it on your desktop. So if you've gone to the torproject.org website, you'll see some information, a little bit of information about what the Tor browser does. Block trackers, isolates each website, so ads can't follow you. It does accept cookies, but it automatically clears them while you're browsing and you're going through it. Defends against surveillance, prevents your browser from being looked at by other people. If you have your browser, Tor browser in full screen mode, there are methods to be able to detect what you're using and more information about your system. So try to browse with the Tor browser in more of a window mode more than a full screen. It does show that resist fingerprinting kind of hides what your information is. That's why I mentioned about making sure you don't have a full screen. And then multi-layer encryption, we talked about the onion routing and how it worked and how it's capable of keeping your information obscure from your source and your destination. Anyway, I just wanted to show you this kind of their main page. So the next thing we talk about is cloud virtual compute, and this. See if there's any questions. So you'll go to like Amazon Workspaces, GCP, Google Cloud. Everybody has a Google Cloud account or that has Gmail. You can go to Google Compute and view your. If you've never done it before, you should have some free credit. I think it's around $300. Also, Microsoft Azure VDI. I think it comes with a $100 credit, so you can use that one. DigitalOcean, I think, also comes with a $100 credit, so you can use that one. Basically, you'll build a machine. It could be Ubuntu, Debian. A lot of these have gone away from allowing Kali to be available because it was being used to launch attacks, and now you have to have a special paid subscription to gain access to that distribution and agree to a special agreement that they have based around whether you're a pen tester or not, and if you have permission to use the tools against a particular target or not. But you can still use Ubuntu or Debian on these sites, and Kali is a Debian distribution, so most of the stuff that is on Kali you can install on any of those flavors of Debian you want, Ubuntu or Debian. Get rid of that. So it's going to be pretty much the same way that you would do if it was a local machine. The only difference is over here on the left-hand side, your cloud system would be sitting there. You'd still have your Tor encryption. You'd have your VPN launched, and your Tor would be going through it all the way through the VPN server to the Tor entry nodes, and then it would select your Tor relay, your Tor entry, your Tor relay, and then your Tor exit, and then go to the website. So that would be the difference here. Just because you're running a VPS or cloud-based workstation doesn't mean you can throw caution to the wind. You want to make sure your Recon system is up to date, has some type of antivirus. If you're running Linux or Linux distribution, you want to run something like ClamAV or some other one that you may be used to, as well as running a firewall and ensuring the ports are open that you need to be able to conduct the information gathering that you're performing. So there was a difference between version 2 and version 3 addressing. If you look at the top there, that was Helix. Helix used to be one of those search engines. It's gone away. But that's how the original version 2 looked. It was 16 characters. It represented an 80-bit number that was in base 32. Whereas in version 3, they enabled real encryption, and now it's 56 characters, which represent a full ED 25519 public key. As you can see, this one says 0 day on it. This is a 0 day club link that's showing up here on version 3. The first part of that says 0 day hunk is called a vanity URL, and there are tools to be able to create vanity URLs in Tor, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. Back in the version 2 days, which was the end of 21, you would be hit with this message that said, Facebook over Tor has moved, and then it would provide the new address listed below. So originally Facebook was Facebook core wwi.onion, and then under the new address, they just did the first part of it as Facebook and the rest of it as regular random information. While you may think it's random, it's technically not. It's part of that encryption that's being used here for the system. If you browsed a site, the middle one with the yellow around it would pop up and tell you, hey, this site's going to be gone soon. You might want to start going to the version 3 addresses. And then some of the benefits that came with version 3 are there on the right-hand side, where you see the 3 icons that show when you browse to an Onion site, the Tor displays a particular icon in the title bar. The first image is the services over HTTP or HTTPS with a CA issued certificate, or it could even be a self-signed certificate. The next one with the line through it is showing you that it was an unsecure URL or that there was a problem with the certificate. And then the last one shows you that it's an invalid domain or expired certificate, or even potentially a hijacked certificate with a triangle around it. First of all, let's see, version 3 allows Tor to avoid distributed denial of service attacks much more than the previous version. Also, Tor has been struggling with outdated scams and outdated sites. The interesting thing that you're going to find if you use Zoomi or Shodan is that you're going to run across a bunch of version 2 old systems that were set up years ago and are just set to continue to run because they're running on some obscure network somewhere in middle Europe, and nobody knows what they are, so they just leave them up and running. You'll run across them if on the public network and be able to do additional research off of those systems as well. Version 3, you'll probably see those on Zoomi and Shodan as well. But I just think it's interesting because version 2 is no longer routable on Tor, so you won't run into any of those version 2 systems on Tor anymore. So when they moved to version 3, hundreds and hundreds of old scam sites went bye-bye because they did not set up for version 3. And because they were stale, old, and abandoned, they were just left there to continue to run. And it was October 15th of 2021 when version 2 addressing officially stopped being routed on the Tor network. So I thought this was interesting to find where some of the Tor exit relays nodes were. As you can see in these two images here, in Washington, D.C., they had 3 and 2 in Annandale, and in Moscow, they had some 11 right behind the Kremlin. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So other groups that we tend to see running Tor exit relay nodes are nation states, hackers, and organized criminal organizations. This would explain why the government might be so interested in Tor traffic and finding out who these criminals are or potential, renegades for their against their, government. Remember that the exit node relay can see unencrypted traffic as it goes out of the last node to the destination node. And that's one of the key reasons that a lot of researchers try to end up getting exit node relays so that they can observe traffic. Recently, there was an attacker known as CAX-17. CAX-17 was, I'm guessing, a nation state, because I don't know who can afford to run 9,000 servers. There were some of the times when CAX-17 had up to, they said 10,000. I only saw it when it was in the 9,000 range, but that's a lot of servers to have. This was in 2017. It took them, I think, almost 2 years till 2021 till they were actually able to remove most of the CAX-17 servers. This was one threat actor that owned tons and tons of servers and was able to bypass some of the restrictions that were put in place by the Tor project. The Tor project has since taken steps to ensure that this doesn't happen again. The interesting facts are that there was a 16% chance that a Tor user would connect to a Tor network through one of CAX-17's entry node relays. There was a 35% chance that they would pass through one of the middle relays, and there was a 5% chance that they would exit through one of CAX-17's exit node relays. So there are other methods to decloak users. This was potentially one of those methods. If you think about it, at the very worst or very best efforts that this user or this group had, even having 10,000 servers, was a 5% chance that they could collect all of the information from the entry all the way to the exit node. But in any event, they were able to do it. Now, I don't know too many of the nodes, too many people that can afford it. Not even universities can afford to, spin up that many servers and provide that much bandwidth. Because to be able to come and exit node relay, you had to have static IP addresses. You had to be pretty stable. It's more likely that they were the middle or the entry node relays. Like I said, was like 16% chance in the entry and 35% in the middle. There was also another scam that was ran through Tor 2 years ago, and it was BTC MITM20, so Bitcoin Man in the Middle. It ran several thousand servers as well, and several of the Tor exit node relays were able to figure out a way to replace Bitcoin wallet addresses with their information. So they basically were a hijacking process or system that they were doing to hijack user payments that used any digital currency. Hence, BTC, Bitcoin Man in the Middle 20, was interrupted as well and removed from service. Again, the Tor project has put in mechanisms in place to ensure that that doesn't happen anymore. So some of the reasons that you might want to run an exit node or a middle node relay are listed here. Let you read that later. Recon typically starts with the surface web, Reddit, the deep searches. Some of the other forums, like I mentioned, Slashdot, will have information about things that are going on the dark web. There are some linkers that I list here: Torlink, Darkfail, Torfish. Daunt is pretty good. It is a spinoff from another forum that we're going to talk about here shortly. So there are quite a few available sites for the OSINT practitioner to be able to perform recon. A lot of it's going to begin with on the surface web, and then it's going to transition into more of these linkers that let you provide information on whether a site is up or down, as well as the type of information that that site might have. So you can gain that information just by visiting one of these sites. So there are quite a few other resources that are on the dark web, like the New York Times. If you browse with a regular with the Tor browser to nytimes.com, you'll see this purple thing on the right-hand side that shows up as Onion site available. If you click on it, it says, do you always want to provide that access? Do you always want to access this Onion site first? You don't want to do that. You want to make sure that you're purposeful in anything that you're doing, including when you launch the Tor browser. It says, do you want to automatically launch the Tor browser? No, you don't. You want to be able to launch the Tor browser and click connect. The reason I tell you that is because oftentimes you'll launch the Tor browser, you'll forget you didn't do your VPN, and then you'll be like, what the heck, I'll just browse. And then you'll browse without using your VPN. If you leave that unchecked, it's going to make you click the connect button. And by that, hopefully it makes you or brings some awareness that you need to launch your VPN and gives you a moment to launch your VPN, and then you can connect your Tor browser. So really the key here is the Tor browser has some capabilities that the regular browser doesn't have. And there are other browsers available that say that they can browse on the Tor network. My real point is the Tor browser is purposeful built for the Tor network, and I kind of stick with that rather than using some third-party browser that may or may not be patched with all of the appropriate patches, may or may not be leaking information, and me spending a bunch of time doing research on a specific browser when I know that the Tor browser provides safety and security that I need for doing this type of research. If you spend any time on the dark web, you're invariably going to run across things like this. Now, be aware that when you hit a site that says this hidden site has been seized, your information is being collected. Anything that they could glean from you is being collected by these websites from law enforcement. So a large chunk of cybercrime, particularly Russian-speaking underground market, was largely undisrupted even after the takedown of Alphabay and Hasana. They continued to be able to provide services to customers on the underground just by spinning up new servers and making the offerings available. So this first image on the left-hand side shows Alphabay Marketplace, which was taken down. You probably heard about some of that in the news, but that was a long time ago, like 4 years ago. Hasana was taken down like a year and a half ago. So Breached Forums was taken down last year, and a couple other high-profile sites were taken down just over in the last 3 months. So this is a trigger warning. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff next, getting more into the deep part of the dark web. And when I talk about the deep part of it, I'm talking about like the nefarious parts of it. You're going to see, and we're going to potentially run across some stuff that may mention some of this stuff. So wanted to make sure you have a trigger warning here in case any of this bothers you. You might not want to continue forward. I'm going to be staying away from child porn, child trafficking, sexual abuse, and things like that, human trafficking on purpose. That stuff is gross and just wigs me out as well. So the official warning is even clicking on child pornography, exploitation links, or a red room in most countries, including the United States, is illegal. The other thing is do not actively search for any of these things, red rooms or child pornography or child exploitation, because that leads to intent to view, which is also against the law. The official warning is that it's punishable by crime, or it's a crime that's punishable by law, and could face up to 30 years in prison. So I highly recommend you take the precautions. If you come across any of these things, make sure that you exit immediately and do not proceed any farther going into looking at things. Most of those sites are already monitored by law enforcement, so you could be picked up in incidental collection, and it could have an effect on you for years to come. So be warned. So Recon on the dark web starts with the markets. You can visit these sites. I listed a bunch of linkers. The linkers allow you to see the information that's available on those sites, whether it's information of value to you or not. But you will find forums where they're selling information, like this one showing that it's selling some information on Yandex Git sources, which is Yandex GitHub related service. There's sites that sell credit cards, drugs, and other things. There's also, we're going to talk a little bit about SafeScrow later on, but there's also other vendors that sell other weird stuff. Silk Road probably was the most famous of the marketplaces, and I think that's probably the site that brought most of the attention to the dark web. They had done $1 billion in business, and now and they were around for years. And it took the law enforcement groups a little bit of time to get their handle around the dark web and figure out how to perform investigations and stuff. And that's why it took so long to shut Silk Road down. But now sites come up for only a few weeks, do a few $1,000s in business, or a few $1,000s in crime, where they don't deliver anything, just take your money, and that could be part of the problem. I think didn't I have a slide with that here? I don't know what I did with it. Maybe it's coming up. So additionally, you can do recon with search engines, including search engines like DuckDuckGo, Torch, the dark layer. The hidden wiki has been around forever for the dark web, and it does get updated every couple months and does have some resources available. Excavator is a search engine. So is Amaya. At the very bottom, I'm listing amaya.fi. A lot of people on the internet and have YouTube channels and stuff always start with Amaya. Amaya is a pretty decent search engine. It just is very manipulatable. You'll see when you go and search for like Carter's or like Redline or Raccoon type data or breach data, that you end up with a bunch of junk because people keep posting their websites. They'll have one website and they'll generate like 1,000 addresses for it, and then they'll post all of those to Amaya, and you'll go through and you'll search, like I said, 1,000, wasting so much time because they don't do really good validated checks against things. The only good thing I can say about Amaya is you're not going to run across any of the pornography related stuff that you're going to run across on other sites. They are really good at stripping that out of their system. So pretty safe search engine if you're doing it from work, but it's not going to provide you with the information that you will get from like Torch or Excavator. The downside with Excavator is that if they even if they don't have anything related to what you're trying to search for, they provide you results like Google that have nothing to do with what you're asking for, and most of them are based around bad stuff. So just be forewarned if you access any of them, like Excavator or Torch. Torch also is unrestricted. Amaya is listed at the bottom. You can, from your regular web browser, you can use their search engine, amaya.fi. But if you're on the dark web, you'll use this Juhan site. They didn't do a vanity URL, which surprises me, considering the amount of people that use them as a search engine. They're not one of my first search engines. They're probably like on my list of like 3 or 4, like down the list. So serious searchers use linkers, lists, search engines, markets, and forums when they're doing their search. Early on, I listed 2 of these, Tor-Link and Tor-Fish. Tor.fish actually has a regular like Tor.fish site that you don't have to go to the dark web, but they also do have a dark web link as well as listed here. The Tor-Link list provides a link to a lot of search engines and to a lot of other markets and stuff, and that's why I mentioned you should be using linkers, lists, and search engines, not just search engines, because there's linkers there's linkers like Torlink and Torfish and some other ones. Even Daunt is a linker. And then there's lists like the Tor link lists and other lists that are available. So think outside the box when you're trying to do recon on the dark web as to what type of sites you're going to visit. I don't list all of them, but these are kind of the main ones that you can start out with and then kind of expand from there to finding stuff. I did mention Excavator before. It's not a work from home, work friendly search engine. Just be aware of that. And then there are other places you can search too, like Bitcoin wallets. There's ProPublica, which is a free press site that's on the dark web. Hidden Wiki, we talked about Excavator. Deep Link has a lot of different links as well, but a lot of them in the last couple of weeks I've noticed have kind of been dead sites. There's a 0 Day Club that I linked to at the very beginning of this that I know is still pretty active, and they talk about exploits and hacking and things like that. And then Onionland Search has been around for a while, but I've noticed that some of their stuff is kind of corrupted the way that it's listed. And then if you're involved in ransomware at all, let's see if I can. If this ransomware link will provide you a link that lists most of the ransomware actors that are out there. You probably see like some news article and they obscure and block out the URL so you can't tell where it came from or whatever. Most of those ransomware sites are listed here on this ransomware link that's provided here. So if you're involved in trying to recover from ransomware or whatever, that would probably be the ideal place to start out with. The other thing I want to mention is that you need to think in terms of a gateway for the information that you're looking for rather than the information itself. So if the information is on ransomware, you want to look for gateways to ransomware related information. In this case, this link would provide you with most of those ransomware sites. Instead of trying to look for like Raccoon or Redline or whatever the latest backdoor software is, try to find sites that list things like that, and you're more likely to end up with better results. There are escrow services like I talked about earlier that act as a man in the middle for you and whoever you're buying this whatever junk you're buying from them. Initially, you set up a deal, you contract that third-party escrow service, and then they act as a middleman. You give them the money. The money stays in there. There's a separate key for you to be able to release the money. Then when the product or service is delivered to you, you go into the escrow service provider and you tell them you received it and you release it with your key, and then that goes to the dealer that you bought from. The downside is that lately a lot of these escrow services actually have been scams as well, where they actually keep the money. When they build up enough money, they basically do an exit scam and they disappear with all of the Bitcoin that they're supposed to be using to help protect your money from the same thing happening on the forum, right? The scam taking place. There's a P2P escrow service, most commonly used and referred to as P2SH, like push addressing as defined. It's defined by a standard called BIP 016. So BIP 016 is a public key that is provided by a seller in a market and a vendor. So basically this key is provided to the market, the vendor, and is used to create an address which requires 2 of the 3 parties to sign in order to redeem. The buyer then pays to this address. They receive a redeem script. It's essentially important because it details the information needed to redeem the funds sent to the address. which really is a hash of the redeem script. The goal of this method is that no one party has enough information to take the funds from P2SH, from that P2SH address. Even if the market is hacked or taken down, the funds cannot be seized, and a buyer and a seller can use the redeem script to finalize the transaction outside the marketplace or the market's involvement if they choose to. So there's a couple different methods that can be used. Some of the forums, including like this one that I'm showing here with Hydra, they have a built-in um, escrow capability. Whether you want to use this escrow that's built into the forum itself or an external one, that's you kind of similar results other than, I mean, you're basically at the whims of being scammed, whether it's an external escrow service or is built into the forum. So there were some websites and some services that said, "Oh, we're building this trusted vendor list, and we want people to feel safe on the dark web." Well, there is no such thing as a trusted vendor on the dark web. They're criminals to begin with, and if you take the extraordinary act of trying to buy from a criminal, you're likely to get scammed. So just let that be known. I have a friend that works in law enforcement and has done several deals on the dark web buying stuff here and there. And the last one that he told me about was 20 vendors that he had authorization to buy stuff from. And out of the 20 vendors that he spent Bitcoin on, only one of them actually provided anything. So good luck if that's something that you're planning on doing. So we're going to take a break in a few minutes, but during this break, you're going to go to your Linux or cloud-based system, and you're going to install Network Manager OpenVPN, Network Manager OpenVPN GNOME. Those two services, you're going to install both those to be able to, manage and install VPN. And I'm going to get more into that after the break. The second part of that is there's VPN OpenBook. They provide some free VPNs, but again, remember, whatever is free for a reason, because they can spy on you or infect your machine. VPN Good Book has been relatively good about not, those man-in-the-middle images popping up, from your system being man-in-the-middle by their services, which has been pretty good. But if you want to test the previous lab with a VPN and you don't want to buy one, you could test it out with VPN Book, but I would not rely on this as your confidential protection on browsing to the dark web or using it to do any type of business whatsoever, because again, it's a free service. They're doing it because they're trying to get information out of you. So this will be good for you to do some testing and then basically delete it. And if you already have a VPN service, you can get that. MC asked about some providers that support Onion over VPN or offer double VPN service. What's the recommendation? So like I mentioned before, I can't really, as O'Reilly's policy is very strict on providing recommendations for stuff like that. Plus, if you mentioned Nord, if I use Nord and it's great for me, but it's crappy for you, then you can come back and tell me, well, that was crappy for me. Well, that's the whole point of you doing some research and finding out what VPN meets your needs. I don't know how many servers Nord has or what countries they're in, but a lot of you having access to a VPN has to do with whether it's going to provide you the services that you need. It could be the cheapest service in the world. It could cost you $1 a month, $12 a year or whatever, and it has servers in 100 countries, but it also may not be in the country that you want it in. It may only have one server in that country, and it may not be the encryption methods that you want to use. So there's a lot that goes into picking a VPN provider, depending on your requirements and the level of protection that you want. So I hate to like not give you a direct recommendation other than to say, do some research, figure out where, well, you obviously know where you are. Know that the first VPN connection you want to make typically is something close to you so that your performance is good. If I'm in Texas where I'm at and I'm picking a VPN server that's in the UK, my performance is going to be terrible. Um, why why would I do that? I know that there's 50 servers in Texas. I could do that. Now maybe there's something related to privacy, and I'm concerned about logging. So maybe I'll pick a server that's not in Texas, maybe Canada or the UK or something. But I want to try to pick something close to me so that my browsing experience isn't terrible. Because remember, you're launching the browser, you're launching the VPN, you're making that connection, and then you're running Tor over the top of it. Tor is notoriously slow. So you're adding another additional hop. So you're going to end up with, not optimal performance if you pick a VPN provider that is only providing one server in one location versus a provider that provides, 8 to 10 servers in a location, and you can figure out which one's heavily loaded and stay away from it. So again, there's benefits and drawbacks from each VPN provider. I just recommend doing your research on them. I have personally probably 10 VPN providers that I use, and I kind of rotate through them depending on what I'm doing and when I'm doing it. So can't do a huge recommendation there. So go ahead and get started on exercise 3, lab 2, and lab 1. That was the previous one on the previous page. This one right here. So you want to hop in your box, do this sudo apt install, and install Network Manager OpenVPN and Network Manager OpenVPN GNOME. These tools are going to help you. This lab is exercise 3, lab 1 is in the lab guide, is a step walkthrough, step by step on how to do this, as well as lab 2. You can use the OpenVPN, the free VPN book ones, just to do the testing. Again, don't rely on this as your VPN service of choice. The other thing to note is VPN book does change this password every month. So the one I'm showing up here is probably from last month. So when you go to the website at the bottom, it'll list what it is for the VPN. They have OpenVPN and PPTP. I would stay away from PPTP as much as you can. It's really crap. OpenVPN is their extensions end in .ovpn, and it's more stable and secure and provides better encryption. So get started on that now. It is 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock Central Time. It's at the top of the hour. We'll be meeting back here at 15 after. And I think I have the 3 dots now to be able to push the timer. I'm probably not going to push the timer, but right at 15 after the hour, we're going to continue. I'm going to probably go through the VPN while you guys are working on it as well.
Oh, Joseph, did you want the timer or no?
No, go ahead and leave it the timer. That's fine.
Okay.
Wait, everybody get started on exercise 2 and 3. Or exercise 3, lab 1 and 2. Get those done, and then when we get back, we'll get more into the nitty-gritty recon. Okay, we're back. Hopefully you had a chance to do that exercise and check out how easy it is to set up a VPN on a Linux host. Um, we all know it's super easy to set it up on a Windows host. Setting up on a Linux host does not have to be that complicated. If you follow that lab, it does like walk you through a pretty easy way of doing it, really the preferred way. So a couple things were brought up about VPNs. I did mention it to MC that VPN servers are all a matter of preference and requirements. So you really need to figure out if the VPN provider has servers in your preferred location, what the speed and performance of those servers are, the cost of the service, privacy and logging, and then the encryption levels, as well as whether or not the service has been around for a long time or not, and if there's any complaints about it or its service. So those are some of the things I would look into before I'd select a VPN service. I have a bunch of them, and some of them I bought them just because they were cheap and they were lifetime, and I was like, what the heck? I need something to be able to test something else with, so I would do that. So on your screen right now, I'm showing you the Tor browser. There's a little, on the right-hand side of the Tor browser, there is a shield that shows, the level of security level that you have set up. There's a little broom there as well. What that does is it'll reset your Tor browser and give you a new identity. And then there's some other stuff like I put in Privacy Badger and some other things. If you go to settings, you'll come to this section here where it has general, home, privacy, and security, and then connection. A couple people asked about bridges. So on the right-hand side, you'll see connection. You click on that, and it'll take you to connection, where you can actually test if you're connected. And then if you accidentally check that box that says launch Tor every time without asking me about it, you can come in here and uncheck it so that it asks you the next time that you launch it. And this is something I prefer to do. Again, like, to be purposeful when I'm doing this sort of thing. So make sure that you spend a little bit extra time making sure that, you have your ship in good order. So bridges is in this next section right here that'll help you secure your connection. You can use a bridge whether you're in a blocked place or not. It does add a extra level of security to your system. When you have a choice here, there's 3 selections. Choose one of Tor's built-in bridges, request a bridge from the Tor project, or enter your own bridge. If you hit request a bridge, it'll take it a moment, and then it's going to give you this CAPTCHA. You'll enter the CAPTCHA, and then it'll give you one server to add that'll be your bridge relay server, basically. Otherwise, you can select bridge. There's 3 options here. There's OBFS4, which is built in. This is probably the most common one, but traffic on it's like super duper slow. There's something called Snowflake, which is part of the Tor browser itself, and there's specific relays that sit around their Snowflake proxies that you'll make a connection to. And then there's Amic Azure. If you select no Snowflake, your connection will actually go through proxies rather than through a bridge. And it'll make it look like you're placing a video call. So it's going to use RTMP type traffic that it's going to route through these proxies. These Snowflake proxies are actually other people that are on that have the Tor browser launched on the dark web and are running the special Snowflake connection, so that they help other people to be able to run as a proxy through them. Just know that there's the potential for man in the middle and some other things to take place if you're using Snowflake. However, if you do select OBFS4, like I said, that additional bridge may add additional latency to your system. And then again, getting a separate bridge through BridgeDB. The reason they do this is that they don't want that list getting out, because otherwise it'll get blocked everywhere and basically defeat the purpose of them having bridges made available to other people. Add a bridge manually allows you to come in here and actually put in the address of the bridge and then the port. 1 per line. You can enter as many as you want here. Very similar to IP chains on how this other bridge piece works down there. Configure how Tor connects to the network. You can go to settings, and then this is where you can put in additional proxy information, or if your firewall is blocking certain ports, you can put the allowed ports in here. You would check the box and say, port 6789 is available for me to be able to go out, and it'll actually take that connection and proxy it through for your Tor browser. So those are some of the settings. Now going to the privacy settings up here at the top, standard level is like no additional security mechanisms put in place, something you want to consider changing. If I go to privacy and data, there's a couple things that you do need to check. Whether or not you want to ask to save passwords or not, completely up to you. However, there are other settings down here, like if you want to search with the browse bar, you could do that here. If you want history to show up in your browser bar when you try to do something, you can do it there as well. And then if you want to save passwords and logins for websites, you can check the box that says ask that here as well. And then here under general, where is it? Here at the bottom. This has some additional things, scrolling, performance, mechanisms that you want to use there. Allowed to browse to, this has to do with updates and whether or not it's going to update your browser automatically and tell you, hey, your browser received an update. Do you want to restart it? That's going to be the message that it's going to send you. I always check this box, ask where to save files to, because if something prompts me, I want it to ask me rather than automatically start downloading stuff. The zoom mechanism is here. You can actually make things larger or smaller, and then the font size on your screen you can make larger or smaller as well there. If you go back to the browser, you can, to the what do you call it? To the shield, it's going to take you to privacy and security. By default, block dangerous and deceptive content is not checked. You want to go in and check that. You can also check the certificate OCSP. This validates that the certificates of a website that you're visiting are valid, and then enable HTTPS mode in Windows. You definitely want to check that. If you go across a site and it's not providing any information, you might want to break that down because it might be HTTP and move it to don't enable. But that's something you'll do later. When I'm browsing, initially I will start at the safest, and then if I don't get anything from a website, I'll move to safer, and then finally I'll move to standard. That should be the order that you kind of set up and do your browsing. Always try to browse in the safest. It'll disable JavaScript on all sites so that you can't accidentally be fingerprinted. JavaScript running in a web browser allows a site to be able to identify who you are more than you can ever imagine. The other thing is there's special fonts and icons that can allow websites to track you. In safest mode, it disables those fonts and icons. You would not believe the number of fonts and icons that are being used these days to track people now. And then you don't want anything to autoplay on your browser, so that basically will disable it as well in safest mode. The other thing you might want to do is go here where it has location, camera, microphone. These may be things you want to disable to make sure that if you do go by a drive-by site and it does have something that's capable of compromising your system, that these things are disabled. I typically go through and disable the microphone and the camera. Even though on the particular system I don't have anything tied to them, I just prefer to have them disabled. So that's from the shield up here at the top, where you'll go to settings, the easiest way. Again, the broom will basically reset your identity. The same thing as if, let me go, cancel. the same thing as if I was in browsing to a website and I was like, man, I don't like my connection. I can click here and tell it, give me a new circuit um, to Amaya. So right now, it shows that my browser is connected to Poland, Germany, and Romania. Um, like I said, there's three. If you add a bridge, it could show up as the fourth one. Don't believe those images that show the Tor browser bouncing all over a three or four sites. They obviously don't know what they're talking about. The Tor browser by default will only use 3 sites. Your entry guard node, it's labeled here. I'm connected to Poland. The other thing that'll happen is you'll start building an affinity for your entry or your guard relay. After you connect so many times and you end up going to the same place over and over again, basically we'll build up an affinity and say, this is a good connection. I'm just going to keep connecting to it. If you keep resetting it, eventually it won't do it, but by default, after a few attempts, it will do it. It's just built into the way that it works. My second connection, which is the middle node relay here, is Germany, and my exit node relay is Romania. If I were to do what is my IP address, it would show up as this Romania site as me browsing. And then it shows, obviously, right here from Romania, I'm going to the Amaya website. So if I want a new circuit, like I said, I can click here. It'll do a new circuit. Poland, Germany, Romania is my setup right now. I'm requesting a reset for a new circuit, so I just got it. But now my entry guard is Australia, followed by Germany, followed by my exit node being a Germany website. And I can keep doing that until I get one where I'm comfortable. The other item is the broom that I mentioned over here. This will close the window and basically restart Tor. That's Tor connection. So now it's a brand new Tor connection. The only thing that you probably noticed is when I launched it, when I did that, it automatically brought it up to connected, right? When that happens, you're going to have this search bar here for DuckDuckGo. You can actually onionize your searches here as well, so that even DuckDuckGo won't know where your search is coming from. Another option. Using proxy and proxy chains. Again, this is a proxy has so much protection. The only reason that I would actually do this is if I wanted to be able to use my box, maybe it's a Kali box sitting on the dark web to do additional scanning like Nmap or Nessus or something like that across the Tor network to a different source. That's one of the good things for proxy chains. You can proxy traffic over it, but I think using a VPN is better, in my opinion. If it's not installed on your system, you can do it. Exercise 4 actually walks you through doing this lab. We're not going to take time to do this now because we're kind of running out of time, and I want to try to get through all this stuff with you all. If you're missing, so the latest version of proxy chains is proxy chains 4. If you go to your system and check under Etsy, you may already have a proxy chains 4.conf. You'll edit that file. And the difference between strict, random, and dynamic chains is explained here. The recommendation is they use dynamic chains because if one of the systems that you list in your proxies at the bottom is unavailable, dynamics chains will just wait a few minutes. If it times out, it'll skip and go to another one. If you use strict chains, every single proxy needs to be responsive and providing feedback. Otherwise, it'll fail in the middle. Random chains tends to do the same thing. It'll end up failing more times than not. So recommendations there for you. If you want to build your own server, your own cloud VPN server, Google Cloud has templates for it. Although now most of them are considered, most of what Google requires you to build is a dual mode system, although you can still only use it for one connection. If you're a first-time user, like I said, you get $300 in credit. Exercise 5 in the lab guide Lab 1 walks you through doing it. Also, this slide deck, there's two slides that walk you through it. It's super easy to do. You log into Google Cloud, the console. If you haven't done a project before, it may not require a credit card anymore. If you've used it a little bit, then it's definitely going to require you to use a credit card. Recommendation is that you make sure that after you've done this testing, that you shut the server down. Otherwise, it's going to end up costing you hundreds of dollars that you hadn't anticipated happening. Also, DigitalOcean is in the lab guide as well, and is set up in a very similar way that you'll do Google Cloud here. So running Onion Scan, I have it set up on my system here. I don't know if I save this or not. Nope, apparently not. So the lab guide has a section on the front that talks about doing this. Actually, I didn't want the address. I wanted to copy the whole selection. Setting up Onion Scan and the versions of Go and stuff like that, all listed there. If you go to the bottom, there's another person that started, because Onion Scan hasn't been updated in like 7 years. There's another person that I guess a year ago started maintaining it and added some additional things. If you use the original Onion Scan, you're going to find that it only worked on version 2 addressing. This person, Scorpion, I think their name was, added the ability to do version 3 addressing, which is what everything is nowadays. You can run Onion Scan after you do the installation and create this JSON report. This R2 RS2 RSASA is a site in India. It's called Black Hat India, I think. Anyway, this site has been non-operational. Like, they haven't done an update, I think, since 21. I didn't want to do that. Hold on a second. So it hasn't been updated in a long time. And so I feel comfortable scanning this site. I'm not like, all I'm doing is gathering information about the site when I browse to it. But it seems like they have a pretty beefy server because it's pretty responsive, responds pretty fast. Yeah, it's called Black Hat Pakistan. Anyway, if you look, like the last update, this one was May of 22. I don't think there's like anything newer than that. I think 22 is probably about when April, May. It looks like May have been their last operational, May of 22. So almost 2 years ago, they hadn't been operational. So I don't mind scanning them. Again, after you run the scan, it's going to place it. You'll see it actually create a couple different things here, starting the scan, building the topology, all that stuff. And then this site is huge. So there's thousands of pages. This could take hours to scan this one. The only reason I'm mentioning this one was because I did do some gathering of information. If you go to Onion Scan DB, you'll look and it'll show you crawls. And then it creates these files. All of them are a certain size, basically, I guess, 33 megs in size. If I do more on DAT01 or 0, you can see the type of information that it's collecting, and it's lots and lots of stuff off of the page. But you can dump this into a database and then do searches off of it. It'll show you additional sites that are available off of it, like hacking tools, proxies, additional tools. But there may be information in here that you might be interested in. I don't know what the heck I just did. There we go. Credit card information, might have like vendor ID type stuff. There might be information in here that might be valuable in the research that you're doing. So just wanted to show you what the logs look like when you put them like I did into JSON. And that's how Onion Scan works. It's relevant. It works still. It's one of the few programs out there that is dark web aware and is functioning. It's in the lab guide. I think it's in lab 6 maybe. Let's see. Yeah, labs exercise 6. And there's different keys that you can use, like -- scans web, and then the website .onion, and then the same thing with the JSON report, which you just saw me do the JSON report here. It was actually, I'm in the wrong place, because if I run it from here, what ends up happening is it'll create that onion scan DB wherever you're at. It's based on where you are in the directory when you run it. So you may end up with a bunch of stuff all over the place if you um, aren't if you don't pay particular attention to where you're running things from. So I'm running onion scan, the binary here. There's also a Go onion scan that you can run. In this case, I ran the binary. I did a TAC JSON report, and then the website, and that's where it ended up dumping everything under onion scan DB. So let me see if I could do another site here. I'll show you what I mean when you go to Maya and ask it for like redline data. It gives you a bunch of nonsense, because it accepts the stuff that people are dumping into it just the way it is. So if you look, this is something else. Hopefully you can see this. I went to amaya.fi, which is on the surface web, and it said there's an onion site available for this. And if I click on that, I'll go to the onion site. Now there's this other pop-up that says, try the onion service, and you can visit the onion site. And then eventually ask you, do you want to prioritize the onion site over the surface site? And that's where I always tell you, don't select that. Don't tell it you want to do that. So I'm going to try to put in here another website, just so you can see the initialization of when it's launched, what happens. Hopefully we don't run into anything gross on this site. I've never been to it, but we'll click out of it if we do. Okay, doesn't look like anything terrible. Just says data yellow labs. All right, so now I'm going to launch this. You're going to see this might take a few minutes. Oh, I guess because I already have the onion scan DB there. If I didn't have the onion scan DB there, it would tell you that it's collecting, building the database, setting up the boundaries, all that stuff, and then would launch it. I don't think this site has a lot of stuff. If we let it run for a couple minutes, we'll go through the slides, and then I'll come back and show you what things look like from there. So staying safe involves building, a virtual machine, whether it's local or in the cloud, and then following these best practices that we talked about. There are third-party services. If you are involved, if you're the CISO for your organization, or you're involved in reputation, defense for your organization, finding out if things are on the dark web, I highly recommend that you find some third-party source that contributes to looking for your organization. They're called selectors. You'll tell them, I have 5 selectors. And these are the 5 selectors that I want. A selector is something like either a person, place, or thing, or a website, or an IP address. Every IP address would be a selector, not like a /24. That would be 24 selectors basically. I'm sorry, that would be 254 selectors if you asked for a /24. And basically all of these provide intelligence based on the number of selectors that you're asking for. Flare, Flashpoint, Hyperproof, Keeper, all of them have dark web monitoring services, including Experian down here at the bottom, where you can sign up for one of their services. Troy Hunt, who I think he worked at Microsoft now. I think he's just doing Have I Been Pwned. Has Have I Been Pwned? Most every breach that takes place that has been publicly made public, their hashes have been dumped into Have I Been Pwned. So you can do a search and see if your email address or your company organization has had any of their address emails and passwords leaked. This would be. They also have a paid service and they have a paid API that you can use. Yesterday, Omar talked about hate mail, H8 mail. Hate mail has a API plugin where it actually used Have I Been Pwned to do some of those searches as well. So beyond hate mail reaching out to all of these other sites, you can use APIs on it as well. Going back to using a third-party service, because the potential to run into so much icky, gross stuff on the dark web, and I'm being kind when I say that because there is some really gross stuff. You may not want your employee to be spending their time or get exposure to some nasty stuff that basically you can't unsee. You might want to get a third-party monitoring service to help you with that, and ask them just to do that versus spending their time browsing the dark web and potentially coming across, all kinds of weird stuff. So OSINT in the dark, this just talks about all of the activity that's taking place at any given minute. So in a minute, 1,000 malicious chats have taken place on Telegram. 220 credit cards have been offered for sale. That equals over 2 million a week. There's been about 700 drug-related discussions and about 500 drug transactions taking place. There's been the discussion of about 0.20, so about 25% CVE. So within 5 minutes, there's one every 5 minutes. So, and then 3 suspicious IPs are shared with people across the dark web. 4 emails, 18 crypto transactions taking place, and then 130 ransomware related discussions. So there's a lot of stuff that's taking place on the dark web. These next 2 pages are about building and establishing a presence on the dark web for your investigation. If you're law enforcement or you're involved in, like I mentioned, reputation defense, this is something you're going to want to do. But it requires a dedication of time, like it's mentioned at the bottom of this slide. It requires a lot of time. This is not something that you can just look at as a hobby and you're going to spend 5 minutes a day doing. You're going to spend hours on this. You're going to have to set up an established time, like every evening at 1 a.m. You're going to be doing this type of activity or later. A lot of these forums now are timed whether or not they're going to be online at specific hours. So you could potentially only see that they're available at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. US time. And they do that on purpose because they want to evade law enforcement from being able to access their sites. They know most law enforcement will just spend 8 to 5 looking at stuff and then go home and check out. But the more dedicated law enforcement and investigators will spend the time that it takes to research this stuff all the way into the early mornings. But you'll have to, if you're doing this for your organization, you may have to set up expectations with your management and teams. If you're in law enforcement, your team should know or be at least aware that there's a potential for you to be, working till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on some of these forums. Here's additional information related to HUMINT and tracking, setting up sock puppets, which is, a fake persona. You want to make sure that you do a separate email address, password, and username per forum. You don't want to have the same username, password, or even a combination of username and password on forums across the board, because you're going to find that a lot of these forums may be operated by the same people, may have some cross-pollination of threat actors across them, and if they see your name on multiple forums and start referencing material that you said on one from the other, you could potentially be exposed. The way that we really gain a lot of information from threat actors on the dark web is through information slippage. This is where they basically post something about, hey, I'm selling, this breach data from this organization, and they post it on the surface web, and they give you an email address, they give you a phone number or something, or they point to potentially the site on the dark web. What ends up happening is they provide enough information. I mean, this could be something like even usernames, PGP keys, crypto addresses, cryptocurrency addresses, names, pseudonyms, emojis, icons. All those things can be used to help correlate between the surface and the dark web, to help you do attribution to a specific threat actor. So this is one of the key things that you should think about. There's a ton of information, or selectors like we like to call them, that allows us to be able to figure out who people are. There are tools like Hunchly. It's at hunch.ly. There is an exercise in the lab guide for using Hunchly. You can sign up for, I think it's a 60-day trial now. They'll give you a key. It only works with Chrome. Be aware that any site that you visit, it downloads everything. So if you accidentally visit a porn site or a child exploitation site, you could download some stuff that is, terrible. And that eventually could come back to bite you, because you could get picked up in incidental collection, like I mentioned before. There's also a tool called Selenium. If you go to Reddit, you'll find some additional information and about different tools that are available. I showed you one, but there's a whole ton of them, and I'll show you towards the end of this. Staying safe and performing OSINT on the dark web does really require you to be non-attributable to yourself, whether that's hiding your IP address through a VPN, or creating a persona. Some people go as far as creating that persona and having them on LinkedIn and Twitter. Depending on your investigation and the depth and breadth of it, you may be required to do that. You can't use a cheap VPN service to set those accounts up. They are listed in a database that Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, all of them subscribe to that database, and that database lists public VPN services, so they know that you're coming from a residential type VPN service, and they'll block you. You may get as far as setting up an account, but eventually you'll be kicked out. So be aware of that. Also, phone numbers. You can't use any of those third-party phone services that allow you to obtain text messages temporarily. You actually have to use a real phone number. You can do that by getting one of those temporary cards and setting it up that way, or maintain it, because if you're doing a true investigation, you're probably going to want to have access to that phone and that material, and you'll probably want to use that phone for some of the mobile work that you're going to be doing as well. But this provides you some additional information on that. Dread is probably one of the main sites I can recommend that you go to, where you're going to end up getting information on whatever it is that you're researching. Dread has some really good forums. The team, I think it's Bug Hunter. Man, what is that dude's? Hug Bunter, that started it and maintains this. It's been around for, I think, 5 years or 6 years. They may be celebrating their 6th year, but they've been around a while. Once you get there, you can, on the right-hand side, you can check out dark markets, as well as dark market noobs, and you can check out the main board and look at, they'll tell you which markets are basically, doing exit scams, which ones are schemes, and stuff like that. They're a sub-type Reddit type forum format, so you will need to create an account to log in and be able to see most of the stuff that's available there. Daunt is one of the ones that came from Dread, and if you get a chance, check out Daunt. It's listed on the items that I provided. Some of the OSINT tools that I mentioned here are ones that I showed you, like Onion Scan, Onion Nmap, Onion Off, and Onion Ingester. Katana DS does work pretty good. I have a demo of that, but also there's also a lab that walks you through step by step on setting it up. Katana DS is also one of those tools that the maintenance on it has been pretty lax. So if you check out the lab guide, it has the latest on what you need to do to get Katana DS operating there as well. And DS is like for dork. It stands for dork scripts. What else did I need to tell you here? Oh, Hunchly's listed up there at the top. And these are just some of the tools. There's not a whole lot of stuff for the dark web scanning wise, like having scanners like Onion Scan. So Onion Scan would be one of the go-to ones that I recommend you look at when you get a chance. Most of the rest of the OSINT that you're going to be doing is based off of using search engines and directly accessing the site yourself that you're investigating. Again, you want to look at information slippage. There are a couple tools. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to run through this one. I wanted to show you, but take a look at any of the free tools that allow you to, like this was Dark Tracer. They've changed their name. There's something else now. I can't remember what it is. They've just changed it. Take a look at them and the interconnections that they make between doing, OSINT on the dark web, because they do ingest a lot of stuff. Not everything, but quite a bit. And then there is ways to reference to the surface web. I actually used this tool during one of my classes, and like in 15 minutes, we actually started with a drug website that was on the dark web, and we're able to work our way all the way to the surface web, and then basically figure out the guy was hosting it off of his cable modem in New York. So in 15 minutes, we were able to figure out who he was using one of these third-party tools. Hunchly, like I said, does download a lot of information, but it is also a very valuable investigative tool because you're able to visit websites, take notes, keep your notes up to date, and then be able to turn those over to law enforcement. And this is considered a chain of command for evidence, so it is a valid chain of command. So you don't have to worry about it being questioned or criticized. Just remember what it downloads to your workstation when you're running it. You could run a cloud-based system to make sure that you don't download weird stuff, and that if you're involved in the law enforcement, you already have authorization. If you're law enforcement and you don't have authorization, then don't use this as well. You have to have a specific case related to it to be able to use these things. To use Hunchly, you're going to sign up for the 60-day trial. You're going to obtain the license, and then you're going to use a Chrome plugin to be able to run it. It only is available on Chrome so far. I know that the team's working on other platforms. It's exercise 7 in your lab guide. There is a plugin for Hunchly for Maltigo. This goes into what I was showing you on that other thing, where you can take the dark web and be able to cross things over to the surface web. That's what Maltigo and Hunchly do together, allow you to have additional attribution between the surface and the dark web when they're plugged in and connected together. Both of them are awesome tools. Take a look at them if you get a chance. Like I said, Hunchly is available for a 30 or 60 day, I think a 60-day trial. So I would take a look at that. Again, this piece comes down to like information slippage because of the threat actor basically releasing information on the surface web allowing you to be able to track them down on the dark web and vice versa. So there are shopping carts and other things on the dark web. This particular shopping cart, I was messing around with it. I wasn't doing anything malicious, and I was able to get it to start, acting up. And before you knew it, I ended up having like a list of the directory. I was able to see the shopping cart details, and then I basically had access to all the files of the system. So just because it's on the dark web doesn't mean that it's not vulnerable to handcrafted, web application vulnerabilities like this shopping cart was. So bugs, web servers, carts, and web apps. You'll potentially run into a bunch of web apps that you're going to see on the dark web. Just because they're on the dark web doesn't mean that it's legal for you to go in and start attacking them. There's a lot of valid companies out there. The laws still apply to you whether you're on the surface web or the dark web of abusing or attacking systems there. Some of the additional tools I talked about, so you can get a Docker version of Transetto that's listed here. It's another crawler that's pretty easy to use, and there's a lab for this in the lab guide. Torbot is another one of those tools, which is awesome. You can also host your own Tor server. There is a lab in exercise 8 to walk you through on how to do that. Or you could outsource your server to one of these bulletproof hosting sites. If you're going to do the exercise 8, this is the lab. It's pretty simple to do. I mean, you basically go into your Tor.rc file and you uncomment the two components listed here. One of them is the loopback address to port 80 on your system, and then the hidden address. You create a page and basically start the Tor daemon, and it'll launch this, and your website will be public. Obviously, that's not ideal because you're going to end up leaking a ton of information. So you want to make sure you will harden your server and don't just use what I did in the lab, which was just Python pointing back to the server. So there's some stuff on I2P. We're not going to get into that. There are these are the additional dark web tools that I wanted to list and the links to them. So take a look at all of these really good tools to help you do OSINT on the dark web. And let me see, I have additional resources. The other classes that I teach for O'Reilly are all the material is on darknets.org. If you get a chance, take a look at O'Reilly and see when the next classes are and attend them. I teach an AI, ML, machine learning class on the dark web. I also teach dark web OSINT. Basically, it's an in-depth course that I talked about before. We have like 2 minutes left, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them now, and I'll try to answer them. I appreciate everybody attending the class the last 2 days. I know the second day could be a little grueling, and we cover a ton of material in a short amount of time. But my recommendation is that you spend some time doing the exercises that are in the lab guide, because they will like really help you be more familiar with what's going on the dark web. Also be aware if you're being a practitioner on the dark web, whether it's law enforcement or reputation based, you're going to run across some really ugly stuff. But I think that's it for now. I don't see any questions. I don't know if you want to wrap things up now, Derek.
Yep, we are right at time. I want to thank you, Joseph, for a wonderful class today. And thanks everyone for attending. In just a moment, you'll see a course evaluation on your screen. If you can take a quick minute to fill that out, it really does mean a lot to us, and your feedback is always much appreciated. And once again, you'll receive the recording link for today through your email. If you don't see those emails, you can always view the recording on the course landing page. Alternatively, you can log into your O'Reilly account, navigate to your history section, and you'll see a list of this class and any other class that you've registered for. And you can watch the recordings there as well. So with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up the session. Take care, enjoy the rest of your day or night, and we'll see you next time.